And we are live. So welcome one and all to the Mythic Gazetteers YouTube channel. We are doing a one-shot tonight. This is unconnected to anything the Mythic Gazetteer is working on. This is going to be a spy thriller one-shot adventure. And tonight we have 4 players joining us. So let's do some quick introductions here before we jump into character creation. First off, let's do you, Alex.
Hi.
And why don't you
Alex.
tell us your name and your favorite spy movie?
Okay. My name is Alex still. That didn't change. And obviously, my favorite spy movie is Spy Kids 2.
Of course. Is that the one
No,
with Luke?
I don't know. I didn't actually see that movie. My favorite one, I don't remember which one it is, but it's one of the ones with Sean Connery because he's the best James Bond. All the other ones suck.
Fair. All right. And next, let's do Jeremy.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeremy. You can find my own YouTube channel if you just look for my name. Last name is Lilley. But yeah, I'm super excited. Today I'm going to be playing Ian Mortimer, an agent for MI6. He is verbatim going to be pretty much a James Bond ripoff.
Delightful. And what is your favorite spy movie?
Man, that's tough. GoldenEye has a special place in my heart because I played the ever-living hell out of the Nintendo 64 game that went along with it. But I'm a pretty big fan of the Daniel Craig Bonds for the most part.
All right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, good to have you as always. Next, let's do Nathaniel.
So yeah, I'm Nathaniel Tice, and I will be playing one Jerzy Przemyslid, who is he's a Czech, and he goes by his code name's Unicorn. So you'll and this will be really interesting. This guy's and as far as I do have a YouTube channel, and I also have a couple of Facebook pages. People could follow me at. The one challenge is the fact that they're all written in Mandalorian. So you're going to have to understand Mandalorian in order for me to be able to give it to you.
Aha, delightful. All right.
So as far as my favorite spy movie, I actually I got a really big kick out of watching what was it? I think it was called The Man from U.N.C.L.E.
The one with what's his face? Henry Cavill recently?
Yeah, I believe so. I that movie just had me cracking up. I was like, okay, this is like they had the Russians against the Americans, and the English were thrown in there, and it was all sorts of chaos in there. I was like, okay, this is like you're never quite sure who was doing what. So it's kind of a lot of really good intrigue in there. So
nice. Well, it's good to have you.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right, and finally, Derek.
I am Derek, a very small part of the Mythic Gazetteer, and Eli invited me to play along with everyone tonight. I will be playing Smythe. We'll figure out what Smythe will be like in a minute. As for a favorite spy movie, I'm not sure I've really got a favorite one, but I saw one recently called Spy with Melissa McCarthy, and I thought it was pretty funny. I enjoyed that, kind of subverting different spy tropes. So check that out if you haven't seen it.
Wonderful. Yeah, all right. So one of the things that we are going to be doing as we build characters is kind of decide on the theme together. There are a lot of different types of spy movies, from Bourne to Bond to like stuff like The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and Spy and that sort of thing. So I guess we could start there. I mean, our concepts we have laid out just a little bit already. We don't have anything put to paper just yet. But in terms of tone, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do something that's a little lighter or a little heavier? If you can relate it to a specific spy movie, all the better. But yeah, let's get some ideas out there.
I like a mixture of kind of seriousness, and then I think spies can have a sense of humor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely kind of jonesing for a typical kind of Bond thing. So definitely mostly serious, but with an underlayer of cheese.
Of course.
So yeah,
I've seen
cool.
too many
So
Bond
not
movies.
quite Austin Powers, but is that what you're saying, Jeremy?
exactly, but pretty close if you really kind of peel it back a bit.
I've seen too many James Bond's movies for James Bond to be a type. You got to pick an actor because they're all different.
It's true, yeah. I guess you've got
That's
like
true.
the Daniel Craig kind of more violent Bond, and then you've got Roger Moore with his goofiness and gadgets and stuff. And then you've got mixes between the two with stuff like Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan. But it still paints a picture, It's not a Bond or it's not a Bourne movie.
Yeah,
One's a good movie.
Bourne they are good ones, most of them.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that sounds good. I know that for these characters, we're going to be doing seasoned rank. So you're going to have 20 experience points to work with. That's the equivalent of making the character and then having 4 advances. So let's go ahead and start to put stuff down. Now, you guys have access to character sheets like on Mythweavers or anything like that?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so one of the first things I like to do, the book suggests a different order for creating a character, but one of the first things I like to do is figure out what edges and hindrances you want. Hindrances are going to buy you points later on, but obviously like your edges are things that you're going to need to have to really round out what your character concept looks like on paper. So like I said, one of the house rules that we're going to use for tonight is everybody is going to get 1 spy gadget. And this will be represented by a weird science gadget using that arcane background. And we normally, whenever you use one of these weird science gadgets, you have to use the weird science skill. But there's a caveat in that rule where if you have like a gun or if you have like something you're supposed to throw, then you use the more relevant skill instead. So for this game, I'm just going to do away with the weird science skill altogether, unless you have the weird science arcane background and you want more than 1 gadget, you're going to have access to it.
I have a question for that, though. If I have knowledge engineering, can I use that instead of a weird science skill to use different gadgets?
I would be sooner to say that your knowledge of weird science lets you have knowledge of engineering than the other way around. You know what I mean? So, like, why don't we just absorb the function of knowledge engineering into weird science is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, so does anybody want to have the weird science arcane background? Do you want to have a lot of gadgets, or is just the one okay?
I do. I want to be the gadget guy.
Okay.
Because I've told Eli this before, but my character is going to be blind. I'm not going to be having the blind hindrance, but I'm going to be playing the character as if the character is blind.
Very nice.
I always go for tons of gadgets, and I was like, nah, screw that noise. I'm going to be different. So I'm going to have no gadgets. I'm going to have the one that I have to have.
All right, sounds good. And then Jeremy and Nathaniel, what about you guys?
I'm just gonna take the 1.
Just the one? Okay.
Yeah.
Not certain yet. I feel that if I already take the rich end of things, I might be able to buy my way into a whole bunch of things.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah. You could maybe commission some from Agent Smythe, one of your compatriots.
So yeah, I don't know if it comes up and we need to go back to it, then I'll definitely. There's no problem with going back and picking it up.
Okay, sounds good. So we know that much about each other so far. Is there any kind of iconic edge that you guys want to build your character around, or any like concept that you're going for in terms of action or intrigue or what have you?
I'm building my character around like he used to be part of the technology operations division of the CIA. So he's got different gadgets and he knows how to build things. So I'm thinking that I'm going to take the weird science edge and have different gadgets, but also have MacGyver. So I can just come up with weird, crazy stuff on the fly.
I like it. MacGyver is his own kind of spy trope as well. So that works really well. And then anybody else? Any iconic edge that you want to build your character around?
I don't know if anyone has read the Garth Ennis Punisher comic, but that's what I want to play, except if he took the people's offer to be a gun for hire rather than to go and, Well, if you read it, you know. He kills everyone. Well, even if you didn't read it, you probably know that he kills everyone.
He kills well, yeah, I mean that's his thing. He's like the violent Batman.
Yeah, and I love everything where the Batman and the Punisher interact in any way. It's the best.
Does that happen very often as like crossover characters?
No, not really, but there's a few things.
Nice. All right. So you want something that's really brutal. You could represent that through some hindrances. You know, you could do something like bloodthirsty. You could do something like mean. There are a lot of things you could do. Arrogant would work.
See, he's not actually mean, though. He's just bloodthirsty.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough then. Yeah, that's one of your major hindrances. So you could still have two minors if you wanted to. And Jeremy, what about you?
I think that I want to go with what we discussed a little bit and hit up the attractive edge and possibly even the very attractive edge.
Nice. Okay.
And possibly pick up Vane as
for that, just for that same occasion. So
excellent. And then maybe pick up the Vane hindrance as well.
Okay, yeah, that could be really good. A real charmer.
Yeah, super smooth, like silk.
That's awesome. So what kind of weird science gadgets do each of you want? Keep in mind that these are representative of a power in the powers section, but we can reverse engineer it pretty easily. Like if you just have something, we can assign a power to it rather than the other way around.
I was thinking, like I said, some kind of mini drone, something that's not overly big, that would be, missed if somebody was just being, casual in their perception. Maybe a drone that can kind of drive, maybe under doors, it's super flat or whatever, but then it can also, fly as well.
I like it. So would this be more of a spy drone or an attack drone?
Spy. Ooh.
Spy.
More of a spy drone, but maybe it has like one dosage of something in it.
Ah, okay, yeah. There's agent. A power, and it's a seasoned level power. It's called Slumber.
Oh,
and you can put, let's see here. You pick where you want to center the spell, and it's a medium burst template. And then you make your skill roll, and if anybody fails a spirit check, then they fall asleep.
Okay, so maybe it's got like this small little canister that's stowed, in the dorsal of it or what have you, and it can get into the middle of this area that the spell would normally affect, and it kind of, gases the area.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Sweet.
Cool. What's spy gadget someone else has in mind?
So my initial spy gadget is going to be a device that I hold to kind of help me view the world because I'm blind. So it emits a sound that bounces off things. And so the gadget, if I hit a button, it sends out a really high pitch piercing noise that will use confusion on the foes.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool. So then if you have this device that allows you to see even though you're blind, instead of taking the blind hindrance, it'd probably be better to go ahead and take like the bad eyes hindrance as a major or something.
Well, see, I'm planning on just like trapping him as he's blind. I'm not going to take any hindrance that says he's blind. I'm just going to like say he can't shoot. He can't see color. He can't read things that are flat. But he is so well in tuned and getting around that he can pretty well get around on his own without anything.
Cool.
Does that make sense?
I think if you were going to be blind, I would still want you to have like a bad eyes hindrance at the very least, but you certainly don't have to be all the way blind.
Okay.
The only thing that makes me say that is because like it could be dramatically interesting if you have this ability to get around, but like what if your tool to get around is all of a sudden taken away or something, there ought to be some sort of hindrance there.
Let me see what blind the hindrance says that there's a negative with something with that though, right?
It's yeah, so if you do the bad eyes hindrance, then it's a -2 to attack or notice something more than 5 feet distant. And that doesn't exactly count. That would only really be for like visual things. And it's also something where if you had your device that would allow you to see further than that, then you wouldn't suffer that penalty. It's just if you lose the penalty, or if you lose the device, in which case I think it would be a minor hindrance for you.
Okay. Okay. Well, if that's how you're going to rule it, then I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah, and let me just make sure here. With glasses, there's no penalty, and the hindrance is only minor. Yeah. Should he lose his glasses, he suffers a -2 penalty to any trait roll made to shoot or notice something more than 5 feet. So yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing that I think would be thrilling in our adventure.
Okay. I mean, I have different gadgets though to do that. Like, so when I'm going to take the weird, what's it called? Weird science edge, arcane background, and so I have another item as well that emits like a laser pointer, and I don't know how it works, but apparently this thing really works. That it acts like a cane, so you can feel stuff in front of you. So my other gadget that I'm starting with the arcane background emits a laser, and that helps me see around as well. But it can also do like a strobe light, which will cause someone to be blind. As the power.
Very nice. Okay. Kind of a sleek little gadget then. Let's see here. Alex, do you have an idea for a spy gadget?
Yeah. It's not really a spy gadget. It's a havoc grenade.
Oh, okay. So it just like pushes everybody back then.
Yeah, as the havoc spell. He's just got havoc grenades.
I dig it. And yeah, so with your gadget, you'll get power points and drain. Jeremy, you asked in the chat, are power points and drain the same? What's the story there?
The power points that are listed with the different trappings, powers, and then on the character sheet, it's got something called drain, but I don't see anything about power points listed on it.
That might be something where you record if you're like the victim of the drain power points power.
Okay.
But I can't think of any reason why it would be on the sheet otherwise.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, we've got a havoc grenade then, or like a set of them. And like I was saying, with your arcane gadget, or with your weird science gadget, you'll have 10 power points for that gadget that you can use throughout the night. So obviously, like if havoc is a 2-power thing, then you'd have 5 grenades at your disposal or something like that.
Okay, and for the unicorn, his is actually a. I would guess it would be more like a holographic projector that allows him to disguise himself.
Ah, very nice. Okay.
So he can change disguises, and so he's like he may show up as a woman at one point in time, and he may be a man at another point in time. You know, it just depends on where he's at. Now, I looked at the power for disguise, and that one's like a season, so I'm not. I think it's like 3 power points to use it, but other than that,
it looks like it's 3 to 5 for disguise. Yeah, but I think that's a great idea, and it's seasoned rank. You're right, but you can take that as your first advance into the seasoned rank, so it's definitely something that you can afford.
All right. So, do we need just to decide on what the PowerPoint cost for that will be then?
I think it depends on your. Let's see. Base cost is 3 power points plus 1 point per size level of difference.
Okay.
And the person you're impersonating. But you're not really changing size because these are all humans. So I think then it would just be the 3 power points.
Okay, so 3. Yeah. Okay, and then I'll have three uses of it during the night then. Okay. That's mine. So.
All right, sounds good. So we've got our foundational edges, and we also have our arcane gadgets. So the only thing left to do at this point is to actually build the characters. Now, your edges will help you decide which attributes you need to prioritize for your character, and we also need to consider skills. So this is going to be a spy game. In a lot of games I run, skills like driving and stuff like that are really no matter. But in this one, I know for a fact that there's going to be an opportunity to have a race. So that's something that you may consider investing in. Likewise with gambling. Gambling isn't a very popular skill a lot of the time, but this is a spy game. So if you want to take gambling, there's definitely an opportunity for that.
Does anyone want to be the blind guy to be the getaway driver?
his skill is because he has a driverless car. So yeah, let's. I think what we'll do at this point is just kind of open up the mics, and you can talk about anything that you discover for your character that's going on that's cool. While you're working on a little bit of stuff, I'll tell a little bit about the world, and maybe that'll help you guide your characters. So as much as I was inspired by Bond for this game, I was also inspired by the John Wick movies. I love the mythology that those movies create, how there's this real underworld of these mythic kind of characters. They're almost like the gods of Olympus or something, and they're a criminal underworld that has these jet-setting spies, and especially in the second movie when you get to see some of these things like, you know, tuxedo suits that have armor weave woven into them, and like spots specifically for weapons and that sort of thing. And so that kind of really glitzy, a little larger than life thing is what I'm going for in this. And to that end, there are agents here in the Hotel International, but there are also spy masters. And spy masters are the people who hand out the contracts. And you all are going to be coming back from a mission together. You were hired by a spy master whose code name is Control. And you were hired to deliver a wireless key chip to him. You don't know what for, but you know that he had a statue in his possession and he was trying to open it with this key chip. And so I was thinking for Unicorn in particular, you might think if your character is a little bit older, getting on in his years or what have you, you might consider maybe you're on the verge of becoming a spy master yourself, especially if you've got some lackeys of your own.
That is a possibility. I mean, his identity is still pretty much intact. So, and I think that would ideally work as an open end for him. So, if somebody was working into that, I guess what is it, a profession or his occupation, however that would work? What would you be considering as there'd be some requirements there for that, right?
If you wanted to have like underlings, is what you're saying? What kind of build should you have to accommodate it?
Well, I mean, there would. I mean, is it something where he's just gonna pay off his henchmen because he's extremely wealthy? He's just like, here. I that's what I was trying to figure out. If he's going into being an actual like a spy master, that I'd need some more details to finish fleshing him out. So.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So spy masters, I imagine they coordinate spy teams to go out and do things, and they basically are the ones who are in control of all the contracts. Like they each have a database, and they can look and see which agents are involved in which contract at a given time. And
he would definitely have that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So it would make a lot of sense for him to do that sort of thing. What kind of? I guess so. The command edge would be helpful for you. That's a good way to represent kind of like leadership in a team. And then let's see. What you could do for your gadget is, what is the rank of this power here? Let me pull it up really quick. It's Summon Ally, and the rank is Novice. And you could... well, no, because you've got your disguise gadget. So let's see here.
No, I mean I could potentially play it from the background.
Sure, and just have like a really high.
He wouldn't be there in person unless things got really out of hand, and then he needed to get in and personally do things himself. He could just have his current set of lackeys or minions in doing the.
Right. Well, and you know what we could do also is that we could say that your power is summon ally, and it allows you to summon like spy underlings to help you out with something whenever you need. But either your persuasion skill or your stealth skill is also like it's a spy gadget that helps to disguise you.
Okay.
And that would be a trapping on top of a skill, but it still could be represented as a gadget.
That sounds fine. So I've got as far as like hindrances, I'm gonna go ahead and take the elderly, and I'm also
Okay.
gonna take now. We're all spies, so there's different levels of being wanted. Is that gonna be? Are you gonna use that as an actual hindrance, or are we gonna kind of gloss over that one because everybody's got a reputation.
Yeah, if somebody wants to be wanted, I think that's fine, but it isn't something I had considered for everybody anyway. I think that there would definitely be a scale of notoriety in the world, but I'll let individual characters decide if that's something you want. One question that I saw in the chat, Jeremy asked about Vane being in the hindrances, and that would be a quirk hindrance. It's a minor hindrance, and then you would just say that your quirk is that you're vain.
Arrogant seems a lot like vanity to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I looked up arrogant on Alex's suggestion, and I think I'm gonna go with arrogant instead of vain.
Ah, very nice. Yeah. Arrogant is the one. You also will like challenge the leader whenever that goes on, right?
Yeah, I look for the boss. I'm the kind of guy that knocks somebody's sword out of their hand just so that I can pick it up and hand it back to him.
Yeah, that's right.
So it fits perfect.
All right, so we've got this going together. Derek, how are you doing?
I think I'm good. I kind of had things kind of built out before. I didn't just as a starting character. So right now I was just doing my I don't know what they're called. Advances. That's what they're called. So right now I'm thinking of hindrances of overconfident. My character is blind, but he thinks he can do anything.
Okay.
So he might volunteer to be the driver of a race. I do not have driving. And then as a quirk, as a minor hindrance, whenever he meets someone new, he likes to put his hands on their face to get an idea of who that person is.
All right. Yeah.
And then bad eyes, of course. And so I want to be the gadget guy. So I've got I think 5 different powers. Yeah. I don't know if you want me to list those out or not.
I'm curious what they are, but I don't need them for my own purposes. I'm just curious.
So I've already kind of talked about my 2 first devices to cause confusion and blindness, and I've also got a device that shoots out sort of a net over, we'll call it a medium burst template, and it's kind of an electrified net, so anyone in that area gets electrocuted
Nice.
as a blast power. And then he also has a stun gun type thing, so he can shoot a bolt. And then deflection, he's got we'll get a little crazy with this one. Say he's got like a hologram watch that he's over here, but he looks like he's over there, so people shoot it at that thing instead of him.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's like you've got a decoy or something.
And then let's see. Actually, I kind of want to play as everyone else is playing a man, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to play a woman.
Okay.
We need to represent female in the spy world, so I will play Augustina Smythe. So I'll go by Smythe.
Sounds good. I like it. All right. So, and you said you've got your character pretty much already put together and ready to go, right?
I think so. Got my attributes and my skills figured out. I mean, I could redo my skills based off of since we're doing a session 0 here to make sure we're all kind of compatible. I was thinking of not being like the big fighter type guy, but I've got lock picking and investigation and streetwise and repair and persuasion as some of my skills. Does that mesh well with what people are doing?
Well, I was going to be a sneaky guy who likes to shoot people in the back, so it's fine by me.
I'm very much going to be a physical, type. So I will probably have a little bit of driving and things like that myself, but it's definitely going to be a lot of physicality. He's the jock of the group, if you would.
All right.
And I'm playing the face then. So
Well, I hope you all will protect me, this poor person that doesn't know how to fight.
Nope.
well, I don't know.
As long as you use your gadgets to their benefit, I'm sure there can be some sort of deal worked out. All right, so let's see here. We've got, looks like Jeremy's working on his skills at this point. I'm sure this is probably a little counter to your concept, but I did want to point out that, like, in the case of driving and stuff like that, there is edges like, Ace that makes you really good at driving and flying and all sorts of stuff. But for these purposes, I don't know that there is a lot of, I don't know that there's going to be like an aerial chase, for example, so you might not need piloting or something like that.
Yeah, I'm really. It's just going to be tough to do because he's the kind of character that I'm basing him on. Bond is he's good at everything. Like there's not really a low spot other than understanding that he's not perfect.
Right.
He's got skill in a wide array of things. So
That was my same
Maybe
problem.
pick up that jack of all trades.
yeah,
The professional edge, or I think it's professional edge.
Yeah, I believe so too.
I'll have
It's
to check that
it's a
out.
good one though.
I was having the same problem because it was like Frank Castle is good at everything. His only problem is that he's an asshole.
Right. Yeah, and really, I guess what that means for us as players is that this is just kind of, if we were playing like a veteran or a heroic rank game instead, then we would be able to accommodate these builds a lot more. But this is maybe like the first hurrah for a lot of these people. And plus, with Savage Worlds especially, like raises and things like that happen so regularly that even if your character doesn't look super powerful on paper, it's usually pretty easy to, get something going in the game regardless. Last night I was playing a game where this guy, he rolled, like 1d6 for damage, and it turned out being a total of 54 damage against the target. It was insanity.
How are we handling gear?
Yeah, so you'll have the 500 as normal whenever you start off with your character, and spy gadget, which is free, and then everything else is just standard as it's listed in the book. Let me see here. That would be able to get you like a sidearm and a piece of armor or something, and I think I'm just going to hand wave regular gear. Like everybody's going to have a phone, everybody's going to have a watch and that sort of thing. Yeah, does that answer your question?
I guess.
What gear are you looking at?
Well, good. I can afford a Kevlar vest.
Yeah, and so like I said, I'm totally comfortable with people trapping that as like I have a Kevlar vest, but it happens to be seamlessly woven into my dinner jacket or something. Or your evening dress for you.
I think that's what I will do then.
Cool.
Okay, I can afford 2 of them. Can I have like double the amount of armor protection?
No, unfortunately not. You can't, and it looks like the Kevlar vest with inserts is probably a little too expensive.
It is, but I don't think as a blind person I should have a gun.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, that only makes sense. Maybe a knife, but a gun would be ambitious.
Wow, so I cannot afford a decent gun.
Which kind of gun, or which one were you hoping for?
Any kind of gun you could ever see Frank Castle holding.
Well, one of the things that you should keep in mind is that because this is a ritzier place, you can get a lot of firepower, but it should be concealable, So, like, for example, there are the big machine guns, assault rifles, and that sort of thing. But something like a smaller submachine gun might be more appropriate. And this is like maybe a more tactical type of character.
Is a chainsaw concealable?
A sufficiently small one, sure.
The other thing is that he could have taken out a loan from the unicorn to afford some of his gear.
Yeah, because you guys are working together, I have no problem with you guys pooling your resources. If the unicorn is rich and he wants to share that money, that's more than okay with me.
Hey, unicorn, do you want to give us really good armor?
You walk around in one of those bomb disposal robot suits. Rolled up in
But we can trap that as a tux, according to the GM.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I think I could afford most of that. So I figure you get. I can at least get you a couple of weapons and maybe some gear. What was the total on that the Kevlar suit then?
Well, yeah, a Kevlar vest with inserts is 2,500. If you can get me that, I don't need any weapons.
2,500 is a small loan.
Plus 8 to your armor or something like that.
Yeah, he's like, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I think I can manage that. I think my average is somewhere around. Yeah, so it says I'm supposed to have like a yearly income of about $500,000. So, yeah, I can manage a few things.
Well, great.
So yeah, you're I would say your Kevlar your Kevlar battle suit there is fine.
Well, I do want to keep this is still just going to be your starting fund, so you would have, I think, 3 times as much with the rich edge, so you'd have 1,500 to work with, which is still going to be.
I'm going to take the.
Oh, bummer.
Okay, well, that's still 450,000. So.
Yeah, that's still.
Yeah, so instead of taking the rich one, which. Rich, yeah.
450,000.
Yeah. That might, well, it's he said it's 3 times the starting annual salary, and my annual salary is at 150,000. So.
Oh, I think he meant 3 times the 500.
Yeah, you're starting like the starting funds. Everybody gets $500 to start off with, and then if you take
okay, I got you.
That's increased 3-fold.
Okay, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Jeremy was asking about advancements. So just as a reminder to everybody, once you've made your character at novice rank, you have 4 advancements that you can work with. And at novice rank, it's the only time you can spend skill points to increase your starting funds. So you could spend 1 and have 1,000 instead of 500.
Right.
But normally whenever you advance, you can either increase an attribute by 1 die type, and that is something you can only do once per rank. You can gain a new edge, you can buy a new skill, or you can raise a number of skills. Alex asked 1 skill point, and that's how much money. So you start off with 500, and if you spend 1 skill point, then you get another 500. And if you spend, I don't know that you can do that more than once, actually. Nobody's ever asked me about it. Let's see here. All right, so starting off, what information do we see here? Yeah, I guess I really don't see anything about it. I'm going to say that you can do it as much as you want, but every skill point will give you an additional $500 to work with.
Okay.
As humans, you start off with 1 free edge, and then hindrances, you can have a max of 3. You can have 1 major and 2 minor. And a major hindrance will buy you 2 points to work with. A minor hindrance will buy you 1 point to work with.
Okay, so it's 2 minor and 1 major. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Correct.
That's funny. Okay.
Can we have future weapons?
I don't think so. Most of them in the book are probably going to be inappropriate, but which ones are you thinking of?
A molecular knife.
That's like the vibroblade or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's really expensive. Well, it's not expensive, but it is really
250.
powerful.
Hey, I can't shoot anything. Self-imposed, but
That's fair. Well, but you also have a bunch of gadgets to work with.
true.
Alex, are you thinking about investing some skill points to start off with enough money for a big fancy gun?
I was thinking about starting enough. If I spend one skill point, I can just start off with one really big gun.
And then trade it in for 2 small ones.
No trading in for 2 small ones. One really big gun is all I need.
No armor and just a big gun, huh?
Hey,
yeah,
you don't need armor when they all die before they get a chance to shoot back.
That's fair. Would it be a sniper rifle or would it be some type of machine gun?
Oh, that's what I gotta look at.
It's gonna be big.
On the one
And
hand,
it's worth noting too that like this is a place where spies are allowed to kill each other, but there are a lot of self-defense mechanisms in the hotel in case violence gets out of hand. So maybe think about how much of indiscriminate violence you're going to be committing, because there could be consequences.
All right.
yeah, consequences. I'm sure that happens to lesser people.
Yeah, and Benny's will take you pretty far. It's worth noticing or worth mentioning.
All right. Well,
Can I have like a trapped helmet that doesn't look like a helmet but provides the same protection as one?
I'm trying to think. I don't know that would really be justifiable. I think any helmet that you could have would be pretty conspicuous.
I hate rationality.
gonna bite you in the butt.
Okay, here's my question for you, Eli. If I am rich and I spend a skill point, then I get a total of 6 times the normal amount?
If you spend a total of, wait, what's this? How many?
If I'm rich and then I spend a skill point.
Yeah, so you would have the rich edge, which would increase, it would double your starting thing. Let's see if the edge has anything to say about it in particular, because I am not totally sure how I would rule on that.
You can have 250 starting money of mine, Alex, because there's nothing else I want.
Well, I'm thinking instead of being rich, I'm just well armed.
I think you could be rich, and that would give you 3 times the normal starting funds, and then after that, you would. I think it's okay if you want to spend a point and turn that into 3,000, but I think I would limit it on just the 1 point.
That's fun. I'm still gonna not be rich and just be well armed instead.
So it'll be the rich edge, but you're trapping it as well armed?
Yeah.
That works for me.
Okay, let's see.
Are you willing to let us know? I know you said something about there's a chase. Would you be willing to let us know whether it would involve cars or boats?
It'll be cars for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Or land vehicles anyway. So how far are we along toward our characters being seasoned and ready to go?
I've got to spend 3 more advances, and then a lot of money.
Not a lot of money. The I had thought I had somewhere a form fillable sheet. It was just a plain blank one for Savage Worlds, but I couldn't find it, so I'm a little bit behind. I have a whole bunch of ones for Savage Rift, so.
Ah, gotcha. Well, do you use the Mythweavers website?
I have access to it, and it's been a little while since I've used it, but we'll see.
Because I know they have a Savage Worlds character sheet there, but if you've already got one ready to go, then
I've just been typing things out. So where do the that's what I'm saying. Is it under game ads or?
It should be under sheets from mythweavers.com.
Okay.
And then you'll click like new character, and once you're giving the new character a name, you can also decide what system it's going to be built in.
Oh, okay. All right. So create sheet. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go. All right. That makes sense. It's been a little while since I used it, so.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. We're good. Let's get up there.
Derek, I see you've posted your character in the chat, the internal chat here. Built to collect info, get through tight spaces, and use gadgets. Cool. Looks like you've built it out pretty completely at this point, right?
I think so. I haven't done description and personality and stuff, but I'll just figure that out as we go.
Yeah, there's no need to write that stuff down as long as you've got it in mind.
Trying to figure out what Snapfire is.
Snapfire, let me look here. It's in the gear section. It's in the beginning of the gear section, actually, too. So let's take a look. Snapfire penalties. Certain weapons, such as sniper rifles, are very inaccurate if fired from the hip rather than using their excellent sights or scopes. If the character moves in the action he fires, he suffers a -2 penalty.
Okay, so some places it says Snapfire, and some places it says Snapfire penalty, and it looks like the places it says Snapfire is just because there's not enough room to say Snapfire penalty.
I would imagine that's the case, yeah. I don't see just a section about Snapfire, but that's it would be the same thing, I think. Which gun are you looking at?
I was just looking at all the guns.
Still.
Oh.
But you're up into the machine guns, I see.
I was actually looking at the Barrett,
Okay.
which is a rifle.
Yeah, it's a big old sniper rifle too. Now, one thing to keep in mind, we're not going to really deal with encumbrance penalties here. I imagine that we will spend several hours of in-game time on the adventure, so it's perfectly fine if you, like, for example, Vidar, if you have cache of weapons in your hotel room or something and you go back and swap them out whenever you need, we can assume that sort of thing happens.
That's okay, that's fine. I think I'm gonna just get the MP40 is the gun I'm gonna take.
It's a good choice.
I mean, it's pretty classic, I think.
Actually, MP40 would be, it would be like a period weapon, which is fine, but the HK MP5 would be a little more current of a weapon if you wanted to go that route instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're also
This
totally welcome.
This is Savage Worlds. You could just take whatever stats you like and call it whatever gun you want.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the guns that I have for the characters, like the NPC characters that I've made, they're using the stats of the submachine guns, but I'm describing them as their own thing that don't actually exist in the real world.
Okay. So, let's see.
And if he's gonna give me some of his money, I can get a second. I can get pistols.
Do you want my other 250?
I would love your other 250.
Okay. You just have to protect me then.
Yes, it's gone from I don't owe you a damn thing to I owe you $250 US.
And I am American.
start
Sounds like everyone else is some sort of European, but I'm American, gosh darn it.
I am specifically not telling you what nationality I am because you don't need to know that.
Well,
Sensitive information, operatives.
it'll all change. It's all gonna change.
All right, so we've got that. We know Derek is finished. We know, looks like Jeremy's calculating parry and toughness by now.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for at the moment.
How much more do you think you'll have on your character?
I'm working through it. I'm gonna have gear to do here. Yeah, Savage Worlds is not my system.
Yeah, no,
very
I
much-
understand.
very much takes me a little while to kind of chew through things.
No problem at all. Yeah, just let me know if, or continue putting questions in the chat and everything. So yeah, if you've got gear that you're considering right now, does that mean the rest of the character is all finished up in terms of advancements?
No, I'm doing the important thing first, which is how do I kill people?
Yeah, actually, some of these guns have like strength requirements and things like that. So keep that in mind. Another thing that I learned.
Where are they? Where is that listed?
It'll be on the table. It's the last value on the right.
Okay,
So,
none
for
of the
example,
guns I'm looking at have strength requirements.
Yeah. Yeah, some other thing that I learned. So, like, for example, the longsword is strength plus D8 damage. And what that means is that if you have a D8 in strength, then you roll 2D8. But if you have a D6 in strength, your strength die caps the amount of damage you can deal with that weapon. So if you have a longsword, it's still going to be like strength plus D6 because you don't have the strength to be able to get the maximum damage out of the weapon.
Really? Does it say that?
Yep. It does. It's in dealing damage, maybe, or possibly at the beginning of the gear section. Jeremy, you asked about pace and charisma. Charisma is going to be 0 unless you have the attractive edge, in which case it'll be +2. And pace is going to be 6.
I could get a rapier and just make it be something else.
All right.
You
That's what
could,
I'm
yeah,
gonna do.
yeah. And there might be an opportunity for that as well. Derek, you asked about the minimum strength. So it's on page 54 of the rule book. And it says a character whose strength is lower than the weapon die can use the weapon, but there are penalties. First, the weapon die can't be higher than his strength die.
That is
So if a
not on my
strong
page 54. Wait, what section is that in?
It's the very first page of the gear section.
Of chapter 2? Okay.
Yeah.
That is page 48 for me.
Okay. Yeah, it'll probably say 54 down in the bottom, but I've got the physical book in front of me, so that's the discrepancy.
So
No, like down in the bottom corner it says 49. So I'm not trying to argue.
No, I get it. That's how they changed the PDF then. That's convenient.
Okay, I went from I'm nowhere near done to I'm completely done. I just need to actually write down how much damage my weapons do.
Nice. All right.
Yeah. As far as sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just going to ask, as far as caliber of bullets and things like that, are we going to be messing with all of that as far as weapons that we may be finding or further ammunition we may be coming across?
What I will say is if you are trying to shoot and you roll a 1 on the trait die, regardless of if you get a critical failure, your gun is out of bullets and you have to spend an action to reload. Otherwise, we're not going to track bullets at all.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
nice. Okay.
And I know there are some setting rules that we could use as well. I want to take a look at these before we get started and consider if we want to include any of them. Let me pull these up in my book so we can do an overview. So let's see here. Gritty damage, I don't know that that's necessary. Heroes never die. So this one could be appropriate for something like a Roger Moore era Bond. With this rule in play, heroes who would normally die are simply knocked out, or for a dramatically appropriate time instead. But that means villains never die either.
Well, let's be real.
Going on.
Do villains ever die? Just ever in anything? You know how many times I've killed Ganon?
Yeah, many, I'm sure. Probably more than me, but I've killed him plenty of times myself too. I think what I will be doing, we'll be using the Joker's Wild House setting rule, which means that anytime somebody draws a Joker in combat, everybody gets a Benny.
That's pretty cool. Wait, everybody, including you? Are you part of everybody?
You know what? All player characters, so not me, sadly.
Your definition and my definition of sad are two different things.
I guess I do have a big leg up on Bennies for you guys, or compared to you guys.
Okay.
Oh God, I need
All
to
right.
make notes.
All right, so like I said, we're definitely using Joker's Wild. Do you guys want to use the Heroes Never Die setting rule, or would you rather make it a little deadlier?
Well, I'm not going to die anyway, so I don't care.
I'm definitely fine with deadlier.
Okay, cool. Man, if this were like a Bourne movie or something, or if we were really going for the Daniel Craig Bond, I might consider doing the gritty damage setting rule too, which means that every time you get a wound, not only do you suffer the -1 penalty for the wound, but you also roll on the injury table.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting things you can do with this.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say you are playing that way?
No, we're going to do
Okay.
Joker's Wild, and that's the only one, I think. All right, so Derek is done with his character. Alex is done with his character.
I'm still entering in my damage, my guns. I got to enter in my guns.
Gotcha. Jeremy, you said armor lists two different values. Are you looking at like a Kevlar vest?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the Kevlar vest is going to give you +2 armor versus melee weapons, and then +4 armor versus bullets.
So let's hope people just shoot at us.
Got to start somewhere, right? 5.
I will say, though, that because we're doing a modern game and there is gunfire and stuff like that, bullets can rip through you really easily. All you have to roll is a 4 to be able to shoot somebody. So you'll want to make use of cover and be a little more tactical in your thinking about that. And we're going to be running Theater of the Mind, so I will make sure that I describe some terrain elements, but please feel free, like, don't feel like you need to ask for permission to say, like, if we're on a beach, there's going to be a tree there you can hide behind if you want to. You know, like in the casino, you can definitely turn the table over if you want to. No need to check with me about most of those things.
I have a quick question for you on the use of a couple of my powers with my gadgets. With the blast and the bolt, I'm not taking shooting. Can I still use my weird science skill to use those then?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
And
bet.
where the armor lists, what does it say? Negates 4 AP. What are they talking about?
Yeah, so what that means is that if like Alex may have a gun, for example, that has a really high armor penetration value, and it would just negate any armor that a person is wearing. But if you're wearing an armor that negates that AP, then
Nice. It takes away
Yeah.
that much from it. Sweet.
exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm using a pretty good gun. I don't expect we'll be against much better than that, and my armor piercing is only 2.
Just out of curiosity, what is your parry and toughness, Vidar?
I don't fucking know.
All right. So, let's see.
I mean, it doesn't matter what my parry is. When am I ever gonna
suppose
get in
that's
melee?
fair. Well, unless you get involved with melee combat.
Speaking of which, does anybody know what the name of those tactical knives are that people actually use? They're like K-bar.
It's called
Yeah, the K-bar. That's
Yeah,
the
K-bar is
Marine Corps.
Yeah, K-bar.
No, it's a K-bar.
I think they're actually decently sized.
They are pretty big, yeah. They're survival knives.
Well, he doesn't have a
It's not
rapier.
the
He has a
size that
K-bar.
matters.
People who say size doesn't matter, well, you know what I'm going to say about that.
So since our armor, you said, could be woven into a suit, and the Kevlar vest specifically says torso only,
Mhm.
is there an adjustment to that because of the suit, or is it just the torso of the suit that's armored?
They could
Yeah,
call
it'll be
shot
just
to
the
the
torso.
head. Yeah. So like if they did a call shot to the head, then it wouldn't
Well, I'm
matter.
just wondering especially for like RP, like if we get into a knife fight, can I be using my forearms to block, that kind of stuff?
Ah, I see. You would need to have some type of armor that goes down to your torso, or to your arms is what I mean. But
Yes.
let me see here.
That's
I think
literally
what we
none of the
do-
modern armor does that.
Is just say, where did my gear section go? You could say, for the purposes of this game, that if you spend another $300, you can add the protection to your torso. Because, well, no, let's not say 300. Let's say 150. If you spend another 150 on the Kevlar vest, then you can extend it down to your arms as well.
In that case, I want my money back, Alex.
Oh.
As of right now, I've got $50 left. So
Nice.
I guess I don't have it.
That'll be enough for one martini.
that's true. I guess I should keep that in mind.
Let's see.
Well, with him taking his money back, I can't afford that.
No, you can have it. You can have it.
And you said like mundane things are not something we need to worry about purchasing and stuff. Like
Yeah, this is a world of excess, so I think it's just going to be hand waved as far as, like I said, cell phones, if you have like a wallet or something, whatever. I figure also...
$1 million worth of poker chips?
Do what?
$1 million worth of poker chips? Is that a mundane item?
That's not exactly mundane.
I mean, I don't know. What's your definition of mundane? It's definitely not magical.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so I think
Just,
that works.
I think I just figured out where my drone is. It's actually my belt buckle.
I had the same thought when you were describing it, but I forgot to mention something.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing that.
That's awesome.
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. I'm a little rusty here. Okay. So background here. Nope.
No problem. What stage are you on now?
I need to take care of just applying the getting my experience up to seasoned. It's like, I knew I was missing something, but okay.
That's
So
fair.
if I,
So yeah,
you've
I've
already
taken yeah, I've got my skills and my attributes, and I took care of making the purchases for my hindrances and edges.
Mhm.
I need to I got to remember moving how to move that forward. So it's 5 to get an edge, right?
Yeah, so whenever you advance, it's 5 experience points every time you advance. And then when you advance, you can do one of 4 things. You can get a new edge, you can increase an attribute, you can increase a number of skills, or you can add a new skill.
Right. Okay. So let's go ahead, and then I will take the first one. And I got to find the spot on the sheet here for this. So stat blocks, private notes. Okay. Doesn't look like, so I'll be adding in, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Make sure I spell that right. Thief. All right. And 5x. So all right, actually. So you said you can You can purchase. What page is that on?
That is going to be the summary, and it is on in the physical book anyway. It's on page 48.
Oh,
So-
it's 48. Okay, one step past where I was at. Okay, there we go.
Derek, I noticed you were talking about Jeremy's character sheet that he put into the chat, and both of you might have lockpicking, but it's worth noting, like, maybe you guys will split up.
Don't split the party.
That'll be your decision, not mine.
Yeah. All right. Well, I originally thought about putting him in as giving him thief, but I think I'm gonna have to change that because I'm gonna have to wait.
Okay, I have a question that I am reading this, but my brain is not working. If I have rate of fire, does that mean I can shoot up to 3 times, or that I shoot 3 times when I shoot?
It means, I believe it's going to mean that you can shoot up to 3 times when you shoot.
Taking multi-action penalties.
Yeah, the maximum number of shots that may be taken by this weapon per action. Unless a weapon says otherwise, the user can fire up to the weapon's rate of fire. If a single shot is taken, it uses a single round. 2 or more shots with such weapons always incur the -2 auto fire penalty.
Yes, but does that mean if I use auto fire, then I fire 3 shots at -2?
Mm-hmm.
But multi-action would normally be -2 per extra action, right?
Well, yeah, but with multi-action, you can't use the attack action with the same weapon more than once per round. There are edges that alleviate that, but as a general thing.
Oh, okay, I was wrong then. So the multi-action or the rate of fire thing is just you shoot all 3, but it is a -2.
Yeah.
It's all full auto. Okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to get rock and roll instead of one of my boosts, because then rock and roll lets me ignore that penalty. Pretty good. I mean, I don't need to be. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I don't need to be as sneaky or as good at melee.
All right. So.
I have my supervillain cat in my lap right now. I'm ready to go.
Just gonna,
As long as my
Alright.
sheet looks good, man, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Ready to rock.
all
and roll.
right. So yeah, I'm. All right. Connections. Hey, on the social edge connections, do we need to buy that more than once?
No, you would want to, like, if you want to get connected to more than one group, then you would need to get the edge more than once. But if you just want to have one group that you're connected to, then you only need it one time.
All right. Okay, we'll leave it that way then.
Hey.
Dun.
Hey, Jeremy, were you taking more than the one hindrance to get more points at character creation?
He
And-
stepped away for a second.
I see that now.
Oh yeah, so I took cautious and stubborn because I felt like Frank Castle is both of those things.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. He's a planner, and he doesn't like to do what other people have to say.
Yeah, no, he's right, and you guys just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'll tell you what, when you get your kill count to the 3rd digits, I'll start considering what you have to say.
Oh, it's gonna be that way, huh?
By the way, so Alex, you were talking about the rate of fire earlier. You can aim at a different target for each of those 3 shots that you would take.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do a 3-round burst, then you shoot the gun once at one target, but it shoots 3 rounds.
Yeah. Okay. But this is my gun doesn't have a 3-round burst. It has rate of fire 3.
Gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was maybe part of the question too.
No, it just didn't make sense to me because I'm tired and dumb. In real life character creation, I put all my points in charisma in, and so I've just been skating by on that this whole time.
Yeah, me too, man.
For the price of
Doesn't work out either.
Yeah, but I stack ranks and bluff so I could pretend that I'm a computer engineer. Whereas you clearly went perform, which we all know is a garbage skill.
Yeah, practice and experience has told me total garbage. Well, I guess only if you don't want to be a con man, so you know.
Okay, I gotta figure out what to do with this other one.
Another advancement?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I still got to count in for elderly, which takes down my I think my agility, my strength, and oh, that was the other thing. Yeah, that's okay. So I get 5 more extra skill points.
Yeah.
Everything goes back down. All right, so that goes down, and then so I guess that's the question I had. If I had I had agility at a D6, and I had my stealth at a D6. If my agility drops, does that mean my stealth drops as well?
No, it just means that your stealth becomes harder or more expensive to afford whenever
Right,
you
to level it up past that.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, well, this is going to be really strange. All right. 10. All right.
And I see some conversation going on about Jeremy's character sheet. And that's with the extra. So, Derek, you're talking about 4 extra points at character creation, and you're talking about adding some more hindrances, right?
Yeah, that's what he was recommending.
Right, but Jeremy pointed out that I was wrong. Like he has 1 major hindrance, but if he took 2 minor hindrances, he could get 2 extra points at character creation.
Right.
Not 4.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How the heck does... Okay. Oh, never mind. I answered my own question by just reading. I was going to say, I get -4 charisma when I do certain things. So people know I'm bloodthirsty, but it didn't make sense for intimidation. But intimidation doesn't use... But yes, it does.
Intimidation uses spirit, I believe, right?
Yeah, it uses spirit. But does my charisma come into play? Because I feel like if people knew that was a bloodthirsty murderer, they would be like, no! -4 charisma.
It's so not real.
In this case specifically, you said it's a -4 penalty?
Yeah, it's a -4 penalty. But like I feel like it can't apply to intimidation because being known for being a bloodthirsty murderer cannot make me less intimidating.
Yeah, I don't think I would make your charisma penalty apply to your intimidation checks. That I don't know that I'd give you a bonus because that seems like it's maybe the pendulum swinging too far in the other direction, but you definitely wouldn't suffer a penalty.
I'm not looking for a
I
bonus
think
here,
they're
man.
considering things like, persuasion attempts or something.
All right.
Yeah, persuasion 10%, just in general, people liking me. People won't like me. I kill people too much.
Right. And Jeremy, major hindrance gives 2 points, but you can only have 1 major hindrance, and then you can have 2 minor hindrances.
Gotcha. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then when we were talking about my gadget in particular. So we're looking at it does summon ally,
Mm-hmm.
and then has the option for what was it? Disguise on the flip side, kind of a.
Yeah, so what I was imagining is that you've maybe got 2 gadgets. One of them is a signal thing where you can summon a mercenary or something to come through and fight for you. And then the other one would be like the holograph or disguise aid that you were talking about earlier, but you would just represent that with either the stealth skill or the persuasion skill, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, probably be the persuasion one. Okay, no worries. I think then we are. So basically, this is so it's something I programmed in my phone. So my phone has the I have a dial code for my summon ally.
For backup. Okay, I like it. That's a nice touch. All right. So, and otherwise, you said you're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good there. It's gonna be. So is there a? Oh, there we are. There's a save. Okay, just one. Yeah, and then. Okay, so let me save that, and then. Oh, great. Anyway, yeah, I'm good to go.
All right, sounds good. And I think everybody else is too at this point.
Yeah, I did go ahead and add 2 more hindrances. I did quirk Vane. I went ahead and went with that one as well, and then I added that he's wanted in 4 countries.
Ah, okay, cool. Well, is that so? That'll be a minor penalty. I guess one of them is not the French Caribbean.
No, definitely not.
Cool.
He's got to have some place to retreat to.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
You don't shit where you sleep.
Of course.
And definitely don't eat there either. So just
That's very true. So that gives me 2 more points. I spent one of them to up one of my attributes, and if I spend the other one towards skills.
Well, it takes 2 points to increase an attribute. Well, no, I'm sorry, that's not right.
It is.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then perfect. Then I should be ready to go.
So, was there anybody else that needed money? Just out of curiosity, somebody needing additional cash because I have.
I have no cash, so if you want to give me some cash to buy drinks or something, I will take some.
Okay, give you cash to buy drinks. So, I start off with 1,000, and then because of the filthy rich, I come in with 5,000 in at least in starting cash. So I've got 5,000 on hand. So you guys are like, I need money. I'm like, okay, fine.
Deal. Okay. So did you end up doing very rich then? I guess.
Yeah, I did. I started with rich. That was my free edge, and then I picked up filthy rich on my second, and I used one of my No, wait a minute. I didn't take the extra money. Sorry. So I'm at 2,500.
Oh shucks.
Yeah. Well, either way, I still got money on hand. Yeah. I also so yeah, I took connections, filthy rich, and linguist, and I upped my smarts. So those were my four advances.
So wait though,
So-
Filthy Rich is going to increase your starting funds by 5, which would be 2,500. So did you spend any money on gear then?
I other than really fancy clothes, I mean, I don't know. All his stuff's invested into his underlings.
Sure.
So,
Okay. So you don't have like a gun or anything to yourself. You let your minions take care of that.
I may have carried a gun in my earlier years. Now I don't make I'll make an appearance, but it's not me doing the work.
Of course, of course. All right, sounds good. So then, one last check-in. Is everybody ready to get this show on the road? Okay. Now I will give a quick introduction. In the French Caribbean, on the Ile de la Mort, the Hotel International is the most exclusive destination in the world. What the world's rich and powerful don't know, it is secretly the hub of a vast underworld of elite freelance espionage agents. Here, in the midst of the world's most opulent furnishings and advanced technology, super spies may air their grievances with each other away from the eyes of the world. You are 4 agents who individually received a communication. In the way that communications are often received in the spy community. You received it as a little rolled up screen that you pulled out, and there was an image on the screen of this old man, really craggy face. You recognize him to be a spy master by the name of Control. And he says, "Outgoing transmission to operatives Oberon, Smythe, Unicorn, and Vidar. You are challenged will accept your mission to go to Razbivat Station, a remote bunker in Kamchatka. There, you are to acquire a wireless key chip, which I have need to possess for a statue that has recently become aware. I have recently become aware of this statue. Very well, agents. You will find your requisition forms attached here, and please dispose of this message before it self-destructs. This is the Hotel of Death. All right. So, to get started, we are going to go on our mission to Razbivat Station to recover the key chip. This is going to be handled by a narrative mission, which is available in the Weird Wars 1 Savage Worlds book. And so, the situation here is that you need to infiltrate a remote bunker in northeastern Russia, and you need to recover a key chip in order to do so. So what we're going to do is draw cards, and that will determine the elements of this mission. And then between the four of you, you can divide the tasks up and see how we turn out. So first of all, we have the 5 of spades. What that means is that this is going to be an element of subterfuge. Typical skills could be stealth, investigation, notice, or streetwise. And the penalty for this will be a -4. Next, we have the 3 of spades. Again, an element of subterfuge, but a 3 also means that it will be at a -4 penalty. Third, we have the Queen of Diamonds. So the Queen is at there's no penalty involved whatsoever. And diamonds mean this is a physical feat: driving, climbing, piloting, swimming, something like that. Finally, we have the 9 of spades. So another element of subterfuge, and a 9 means that it will be at a -2 penalty. So we have 3 elements of subterfuge in this mission, and we have 1 physical element. The 3 elements of subterfuge are going to have a pretty steep negative penalty to them, whereas the physical feat is not going to have any penalty at all. Now, does anybody have any preferences about which task they would like to undertake, a physical feat or subterfuge?
I am a subterfuge character.
Okay. And Oberon, what about you?
Definitely physical.
Definitely the physical one. Okay. Now, between the other 3 of you, do you have a preference about which one you undergo? There are 2 at a -4 penalty, and there's 1 at a -2 penalty.
I'll do the very first one, whichever one that was.
Okay.
You said investigation.
Yeah, so let
for
me
that?
review that for you. Typical skills for subterfuge are stealth, investigation, notice, and streetwise.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can take one of the -4s, I guess.
Okay.
So because of Unicorn's his background, he's cautious. He's done his research. So linguistics is part of his dossier. So getting into Eastern Russia and wherever is probably his thing. I'll take one of the -4 ones.
Okay. Sounds good. And that sounds like it would be a good thing to handle right out the gate, is the actual getting into Kamchatka and accessing this bunker. And then Alex, you said that you wanted to do kind of the first thing on the mission. This would be subterfuge.
If he's getting us into Kamchatka, then he would be first, obviously.
Right. But you want to do like the lead in, maybe you want to lead the infiltration into the bunker or something?
Yeah, take these Girl Scouts on a trip.
Of course. So I think what this is going to look like.
Well, okay. I was going to say I would think my character would be back running tech ops. So one of the things is going to be investigation, and I would kind of trap it as like there's a door that needs to be hacked through, and I would do that.
Sure. Yeah.
So if we're running ops and we have a like a mobile HQ, that would be one of the things Unicorn would provide. Would be this mobile HQ where
okay. And so maybe Smythe is back there.
Yeah, Smythe could be operating from back there, and then the rest of them. So we'd probably land at the local airport, and then there would be Unicorn would have already procured a location for operations, something that's discreet and fairly off the grid.
Cool. And so then we would do, I think, let's see, we would do the prep, which is Agent Unicorn's purview. And then we would do the infiltration, which is going to be Agent Vidar. Fidar?
Fidor.
Gotcha. Fidor. All right. And then we have the hacking, which is going to be Agent Smythe's responsibility. And then finally, I think we have the getaway, which is going to be Agent Oberon. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our checks and we're going to see how these things turn out. And when you narrate them, I want to get a sense for a little bit about what your character looks like, but also about how your character behaves. How do they go about their tasks? So first off, let's do the smuggling into the country. We have a streetwise check from Agent Unicorn. Was that the skill you were planning to use?
That's correct. I'd be using
Okay.
Streetwise.
So go ahead and give me that, and this will be at a -4 penalty for you.
Okay, so I aced the Streetwise.
Okay.
So I can't remember if we take what the die roll is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I aced it, then I'll take that as a -4, so that'd be a 6, and then I'd re-roll the die again.
Yeah, well, you aced it, so you have at least 6, and then you re-roll that die that aced, and
Right.
you add that number to your total.
Okay, so that comes out as a 15.
15 total, wow, and that's including the -4 penalty?
Yeah, I rolled a 10 and then a 9, so...
Okay, well... So that is a raise. You truly shine during this moment, getting people in. So why don't you describe that a little bit, and then also take a penny for your efforts?
Okay, so in this, like I said, Unicorn's never actually been physically identified. So 2 of his associates meet the team at the airport. One of them is a very dark-haired Russian,
Mm-hmm.
and speaks, like 3 or 4 different languages, and the other one is is kind of like the backup muscle for, I believe it's Oberon, who's going to be doing the physical.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, they basically welcome everybody onto the flight, and they have already prepared all the appropriate customs and documents to get us into the airport and everything without any confusion. And there is a third individual who's driving the vehicle that actually transports everybody to the location in Kamchatka there, and then that's it's just a matter between his connections and his network. So he basically passes out the individuals, and any other further equipment needs, somebody needing an extra weapon or something, there's a few items available that are like local, locally made, so I can't remember what the Russian equivalent is to the WP, but something like that. They have things that are a little less conspicuous.
Of course, yeah. Discrete equipment for the discerning spy. So next, let's do the infiltration. So this is going to be Fidor, and I believe this is. Were you planning to do a stealth check to get everybody in?
Absolutely.
Okay, and like I said, this will be at a -2 penalty for this one.
That's fine. My world die is a D6, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so. Okay, well they both aced, so. -4 gets me 10.
Sorry, it's a -2.
-2 gets me 12.
All right, so you also shine during this
Hold on.
moment. So
Give me the other -4 if you rolled that well.
no, it's too late. All right, so let's see here. You are infiltrating this bunker. Tell us about how it goes over so well.
Well, the fucking Russians, garbage people, they have this one guy guarding what is clearly the best entrance. I mean, there's that front entrance, and they've got tons of guards, but who would go that way? So I actually sneak up to where he is, and put my K-bar through the back of his spine, and adjust him so that he's sitting. He's still sitting and watching, but he's actually just a dead man. And then the whole group climbs up over the wall into the bunker, with the next group of people seeing the guy still guarding them, but it's a scarecrow.
Very nice. All right, I like it. And you also, you did a great job in this section, so you get a Benny as well. Next, we have the critical door that needs to be opened remotely by our agent Smythe.
Well, now I'm burned. Okay.
So
Let's
this
see.
is investigation at -4.
Yes. Whew, thank goodness. Okay. 5.
A 5 total.
Yes.
Okay, so you do manage to get through the fight unharmed. It's hair-raising, but why don't you tell us about what went down?
So I'm back in the command tech ops van, and everyone lets me know that there's a door that's locked that wasn't supposed to be. So I get on my computer to hack into it, which is kind of interesting because it's all got to read it to me because I can't actually see the screen. And so after a while, I say success, and the door opens about 2 feet is all. And so they kind of have to suck in the guts to get past.
Nice. All right. But yeah, you do manage to make it through, so congratulations. And so you get in there, and there's this key chip, right? It's inside a briefcase, almost as if it's ready to go, but it's heavily guarded inside this area. There are guards all over the place. I'm sure Fedor comes in handy, taking out a few, and even Agent Oberon, I'm sure, has his moments. But the time has come. It's time to get out of here. And Fedor has the getaway, Agent Oberon has the getaway car, so this is going to be driving at a -0 penalty.
All right. Here we go. Oh, fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and spend a Benny now.
Okay.
That's somewhat better. I at least succeeded with a 4.
Yes. And that's with your, okay, so yeah, then you don't get a Benny in exchange, but you do manage to get out of there. So again, this is kind of hair-raising. How does it all go down?
So yeah, the mission kind of tends to go sideways, and sometimes it just happens, and it gets a little messy. But I actually end up stealing the armored limousine that one of the people that had come to this meeting brought after we killed all of their guards, and I ended up having to actually reverse down a very long tunnel at breakneck speeds, and then pull a ridiculously tight 180 near the very, very end. And there's pieces of it coming off as we actually get away successfully finally, but it's but we do get away with the prize. So
very nice. All right, a harrowing escape. And now, so you are entering the lobby of the Hotel International a day later, and none of you actually sustained any wounds throughout your mission here, so you're lucky for that. And you know that you're supposed to meet Control up in his room in the hotel. So you're crossing through the lobby, and go ahead and make a notice check for me while you're in the lobby.
Is this a hearing notice check?
No, this is visual.
Then I'm not going to make the check.
You could make a scent check, though, I suppose.
Okay.
notice That's usually a D4 -2. Is that right?
If you're not trained in it, then it would be, yeah.
And then if I have Jack of all trades, which lets me do a D4 for any smarts based skill instead of a D4 -2. Does that come in here?
So that would be, yeah, you wouldn't have the
Perfect.
the -2 penalty.
I have a 2
So
and a 1. I have a cold apparently.
I got a 6 and a 4. So
6 and a 4. Okay, so anybody who got a success at least notices that there is a woman who walks through the lobby. She is striking. You notice her strictly because she's beautiful at this moment. There's nothing that really triggers you, but she walks through the lobby. She's wearing this long floor-length black gown. She's got her hair up in this like elegant bun. She's wearing a necklace of pearls around her neck. And you can see that she's walking off toward the bar, but you've got more important things to do. You've got to meet up with Control. So you head up to Control's room, and you were given a key card to get in yourselves. So you let yourselves in, and what do you find? But Control's corpse lying on the floor of the hotel room.
does
Does someone stop me before I trip over the corpse?
Yeah, I'll specifically like grab. I'm not gentle about it. I just like ram my arm into your chest and be like, "Fucker's dead."
And you can have a Benny for that, Derek.
so the agents my what do you call them? My cohorts, my minions. That's what it is. My minions. There. They do they notice a similar smell as to the lady that we passed in the?
You know what? They do not. But as they're looking around, maybe like trying to sniff around and see if they can catch a whiff of that perfume, they do notice that there seems to be a dart in Control's neck.
It's like, are you touching that? No, I'm not touching that. Are you sure?
Ian.
I didn't put it there.
Ian wants to try to see if he can't tell just by kind of quickly examining the way the body must have fallen, what direction generally that the dart would have come from.
Sure. Can you give me either notice or streetwise, whichever you prefer?
Okay, so
Okay, while he's doing
7
that,
total.
What was that, Agent Smythe?
I was wondering, while he's doing that, can I MacGyver up some sort of chemical test to figure out what sort of thing killed this guy?
I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah. Let me think here. So the way MacGyver works, is it only once per session you can do this?
No, it doesn't say anything about that. It just says character can improvise something when the need for a tool arises. Suffers no negative penalties for trait rules for lack of equipment in most situations.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, so you come up with a quick kind of like litmus test or something for the poison dart, and you discover that in fact it is poisonous.
Okay, but could it tell me what kind of poison? Can I roll to see what kind of poison?
It's actually a deadly kind of toxin that is it's extracted from some Australian snakes.
I share that information with my comrades.
I'm gonna try and help the fairy figure out where the dart came from.
So speaking of Oberon, is this in the chat here? This 3, is this the result that you had on your investigation check, or
No.
streetwise?
Oh, that was I don't remember what that was for, but no, I got a 7 total.
I think that was his notice check for the woman in the lobby.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Thank you, Derek.
All right, so let's see here. Fedor, you don't actually need to make a check to assist him because he's already succeeded, but you can, narratively be looking at the room with him. And
But he could get a raise on his success if I help him.
that's fair. For these purposes, a raise wouldn't really make a difference. It would. What I'll say is that with a success, you trace the dart to a hole in the window, and you look across. And so the hotel is kind of a big sloping shape, but it does have areas outside that are kind of not necessarily private references, but super suites. You know what I mean? They're for the really up and come, or like the really established spy masters and stuff. And it doesn't look like you can tell exactly where the shot would have come from.
About how high up are we currently?
You are on the 30th floor of this hotel, so you're pretty far up from the surrounding area. And by the way, it is a burning red dusk right now.
And these private bungalows that you were describing that are separate from the main part of the hotel, how high do they go?
They're far below you. You know, you've got like the
Okay.
pools that are set out, and you've got cabanas and little like lounging areas and stuff. And then further out, you've got these bungalows that are kind of along the cliff before the beach and nestled back further into the island too.
So Ian is kind of standing at the window, kind of looking down, admiring, a boat that's kind of driving quickly through the water, leaving a crisp wake behind it. He's got his hands kind of shoved in the side pockets of his jacket, his suit jacket. And he says, if this shot actually came from one of those bungalows down there, that's a hell of an angle.
I'm standing next to him, looking off in a completely different direction, and say, "Is it?"
So at this point, everybody can make a common knowledge roll for me. And it was going to be at -2, but discovering the source of the poison is an important clue. So this will be without a penalty.
What's a common knowledge check again?
It's just smarts.
I see.
All right. So between Natalia and Charles, we got a 19.
19 on the common knowledge. Jeez.
Well, I aced the first roll, so and I got a 9 on the second one. That's twice with the 19.
I got a 14.
We were talking about the Savage Rift stuff. I got the Savage Rift dice. These things have been like,
so they're super powerful.
those things have been pretty hot since I got them. So
I think that's fitting. So it looks like Smythe got a 14, Oberon got a 10. Fedor, did you make a check? 3, okay. So anybody who got a success, actually, I guess the people who got successes also got raises. So agents Oberon, Smythe, and Unicorn, or Unicorn's henchman, I suppose, all come to the realization that two things are clear. First of all, this poison is used by, it's a signature poison used by an agent codenamed Sparrow. And it just so happens, codenamed Sparrow was the stunning woman that walked through the lobby on the way to the bar. But you also all recall another bit of information that may be useful to you in your investigation, and that is that there is a spy master known only as the Mogul, who lately has made the International his residence. He would have information on active contracts going on right now, and he is often found in the casino of the International.
So from somewhere remotely, each of the anybody that's actually going to be planning to go to the casino would actually get there'd be a notice that would come across their phone for a wire transfer saying that the casino has at this point in time, like 100 US or something like along that lines available for them to use in the casino, unless they request more.
So, Ian at this point will turn and say, have you all heard of the Mogul? anyone.
I'll say they say he's very fresh. It's very handsy.
And Natalia and Charles just shake their heads. They don't know who the mogul is. You would have, but there'd be your phone would ring and there'd be this voice and very masked, like it. You can't tell whether it's male or female, but they're like, yes, the mogul. He's a very well-known spy master. And then there'd be a pause, and then he would say, I believe he's actually located at the International. And then the line would cut.
Very nice.
So he's here. Perfect. He's supposed to be very knowledgeable. And he has a penchant for gambling. Maybe we ought to pay him a visit.
And when you mention gambling, Charles looks over at you, and you see a pack of cards like suddenly just appear, like he starts shuffling, the cards disappear back into his pocket.
Very nice.
What's your game,
there's a
sir?
question in the chat here from Agent Oberon. Do we know who the mogul works for government-wise? Spy masters are often in the employ of particular nationalities. For example, Control was hired by the British to send you all on this mission. But the mogul typically works for himself. He's a freelance spy master.
Cool.
I did not notice the sparrow. Did everyone who did notice her tell everyone else?
I mean, there's a beautiful lady. What else is there to tell you? You're blind.
Yeah, but if we know the sparrow uses that kind of poison, did you tell us that she's in the hotel right now? Because I didn't see her.
Not that I didn't know that, but I didn't mention it to you.
Okay, I do not know that then.
So Natalia and Charles are like, okay, so and you're not sure which one. They kind of like speak over top of each other. So like, okay, so we passed by this woman, and Charles is like, yeah, she was this tall, and and he gives kind of dimensions and everything, and Natalia's like, she slaps him, is like, is that all you ever noticed? And he's like, and then Charles is like,
I put up my hand and say, right on, sister.
and so Natalia's like, and she's renowned for using this poison that you identified. It's typically her calling card, and she's known pretty well off for it. So, and Charles is like, and she's in the bar.
That she is.
And did anyone happen to notice where she came from when she approached the bar?
So some people got raises on that check, right?
Yeah, some of us did.
Anybody who got a raise on that check would have noticed that she was coming from the area of the bedrooms.
Yeah,
And not from outside though. We're more towards the bungalows and things.
Oh, yeah, no, it looked like she was coming from the bedroom area.
Interesting.
So
one of 30 floors.
She's Spider Woman at the same time.
How many floors are there in this hotel?
I'm going to say that there are 50.
Okay. And she looks like she came from the elevators that were coming up and down from 1 to
Yeah,
50.
it's the same elevators you guys took. Maybe not the exact same car, but definitely the same bank of elevators.
Okay. Can I use investigation to try to hack into the hotel's system to try to figure out what room is hers?
Ooh, yeah. So you would need to be around some sort of like terminal for that, or some place where you could like jack into the system if you've got your own gear. But that's something that could definitely happen.
Well, Well, you chaps handle all of that. I think I'm going to go talk to Long-Legged Beauty.
All right. So we've
Well-
got one person going down to talk to Sparrow, and we've got one person who's going to go jack into the hotel system and try and figure out where Sparrow is residing while she's staying here. What about Fedor and the goons?
Fedor is going to say to the fairy, you know, it might be better if you actually hit up the sparrow instead of the long-legged beauty.
Your intelligence beguiles your wit.
And then I'm going to head with the blind man to make sure that he doesn't get into too much trouble.
I'm a woman, but okay.
Well, whatever.
Apparently, there's 2 blind people in this party.
Yeah, I guess so.
I so much don't care what your gender is that I refuse to acknowledge which one you are.
That's
So
progressive.
anyway, yeah. So did you say that somebody was going down to see the mogul, or somebody's going to actually track Sparrow down in the bar?
The plan
Yeah,
is to
so
go
we've
talk
got
to
one
her.
person who's going to go talk to Sparrow, and we've got 2 people who are going to go off and try and find out where she's staying.
All right. So Natalia and Charles will head down to the casino. Charles has a penchant for. This is apparently how Unicorn got a hold of him in the first place. Is he's a high roller and
Very nice.
and he has a tendency for winnings, very oddly. But yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and get these tasks started. So first of all, I think we're going to need a stealth check to get to a place where you can find a place to jack into the hotel's mainframe without being caught. The 2 of you can make this check together. It can be cooperative, but one of you will need to be primary on it.
Easy
I
peasy.
think Fedor needs to lead Smythe.
Absolutely. I will I'll lead you on over, and I got a 9. So if there's no penalty, then I got a 9.
All right. Well, yeah, the opposed check was 4, so you succeed with a raise. So, in fact, not even the hotel cameras are capable of tracking the 2 of you as you make your way through. It's quite a bit of impressive sneakery, Fedor. And then, so the other 2 characters, they go downstairs, and the hotel, bar, and casino are really right next to each other. The bar is just along one end of the casino, and then you've got all the tables out there. You've got roulette, you've got, blackjack, you've got some poker tables. There's a lot going on. You look around, and you see 2 figures of import. The first one is the mogul himself. The mogul is a large man, both tall and robust, and he has a thick black beard, and he is bald. And he is standing near a roulette table, and you can see that he is standing and just observing what's going on, while everyone else is kind of looking for a chance to get close to him. He seems like he's a very popular guy, but there's one assistant standing next to him, this short, spare Russian guy who is blonde as like an eggshell, and he's sort of making decisions for the table on the mogul's behalf. The other noteworthy character is Sparrow herself, and she is kind of leaning back against it, and she's got a martini in her hands, and she's just, oh no, I'm sorry, not a martini. She's got a long stem cigarette in her hands, and she's just looking out at the casino, idly toying with one of her earrings. So let's do Oberon first.
So as Ian has spotted both of these characters, he makes note of kind of their position, any guards that they may have around them, if at all, possible weapons that might be apparent, maybe under their jacket, things of that nature. And then he sets his eyes on the Sparrow and starts making his way across the casino, unbuttoning his jacket. He's got a 2-button jacket, and as he's passing the table where the mogul is playing roulette. There's another woman who's pale in comparison to the sparrow, but is still beautiful. And he says, he stops by her and he leans real close for a moment. And he says, "May I?" And he reaches down and actually shifts her bet over. And then when the bet,
Oh, wow. Okay.
when the ball drops, it actually hits on the number that he shifted it to. And it gives her a wink
So
and
why
a
don't you
smile.
make, let's call this a gambling check then.
Okay, sure.
And gambling is smarts based, so or I think it is anyway.
I do not have gambling itself, so
But if it's a smart skill, then you wouldn't suffer the penalty to it. So let me double check here. Gambling is smarts, yes, indeed.
excellent. So I get just the full D4 then, and then the wild die.
Mhm. Correct.
Okay. The wild die exploded. Nice, 11.
All right, yeah. So then, not only does the shifted bet succeed, but it's a wild success too. And the woman, she turns around and she says, and then she does a quick down up for our agent Oberon. And she comes up and she like touches his cheek with the back of her hand and she says, "Thank you very much."
He says, "It's my pleasure." And he winks and then kisses her hand and then turns and walks towards the bar.
All right. So as he turns and walks away, she opens her mouth like she's going to say something, and then she gets this like kind of what look on her face, and then she turns back to the gambling table, looking a little petulant perhaps. But Sparrow is at the bar, like I said, and she is eyeing Mr. Mortimer as he approaches. And let me see here. Did you say you were attractive or very attractive?
Very attractive. Stupid.
Okay. So she also gives Mortimer the down up, only this one's a little more pointed and a little longer. And then she locks eyes with you again and she says, "Ian Mortimer, it's been a while since I've seen you in these parts."
Yes, it's good to see you again too.
Yes, I think it was, when was it? Morocco? Was that the last time we saw each other?
Well, that was the last time that you saw me, yes.
So clever. Do you have a drink yet?
No, not yet, but it's past due, really. I'll take a whiskey sour.
Please allow me. She raises a finger up and the bartender comes over immediately. And she says, "If I remember correctly, it's a whiskey sour with some sort of egg monstrosity inside."
Yes, an egg white. The only way to drink it, really.
She looks at the bartender, and the bartender clearly already knows what your drink is anyway, but he acknowledges her, and then he walks off. And at this point, we will switch over to the operatives of the Unicorn and the Mogul. So, how are you approaching?
First of all, Natalia is clearly able to recognize another Russian, but I don't know if her level of familiarity would be such that she would actually know this individual by name or not.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is so they're at the roulette table, right?
Correct.
So Charles is like, "Oh, nuts!" He was like, the bloody wheel again. And he's trying to figure out the best way to approach this. He actually goes and sits down at the blackjack table.
Okay.
And he gets dealt in, and so he's going to start trying to draw attention to himself by his winnings, because he's a very good gambler.
Sounds good. I think that's going to need to be, if you want to draw attention, you'll need to get a raise on a gambling check.
All right. Sounds good. So I guess that's where okay, so I'm treating that's where I'm kind of confused. So how do we treat the goons specifically? Because I've been just rolling for Unicorn stats himself. So
yeah, I think that he would appoint worthy representatives, so we can just
Okay.
go ahead and say that you are trapping these skills as being used through another person, but they're really the unicorn who's doing it. It
Okay.
might even be that the unicorn has a bug in his ear, and he's actually telling him what to put his money on every time.
Oh, he's already reading the wheel. Actually, so all right. So a smarts check with the gambling. Here we go. And I aced the wild die and aced it again. I told you this dice. Yes, that's a 17.
17. Jeez. Okay. So, yeah, you.
Might have to put that wild die away. It's like aced it twice. So anyway, so Charles is there at the table. He gets dealt in, and the first hand there's nobody there, and he seems to be playing by himself, and he clearly beats the dealer like in like very very swift fashion. So he doubles his bets on the following hands, and pretty soon he's got like 2 or 3 other individuals at the table who are like just as interested to bet against this British guy who's like seems to be like clearly winning every hand. So hopefully he gets the attention he needs. And on the flip side, Natalia has taken up a position on the bar somewhere where she can keep an eye on what's going on. And apparently she's feeding information to Unicorn.
Very nice.
In some fashion. So.
And for the purpose of dramatic tension, I think it would be appropriate if somewhere Unicorn were in the casino as well, like inconspicuously doing something.
Right. And yeah, so nobody actually knew that he was there. So let's
see the old man doing slots.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. It looks like a slot machine. It's not a slot machine. It's like he's got a laptop computer in the coin tray. He's like checking. So he keeps pulling the bar, putting coins in.
He's the spy master we all deserve. But, no. So that's been going on, and in the space of about 10 minutes, you've managed to pull a lot of attention over toward you. In fact, it's even pulling some of the crowd from the mogul over at the roulette table. So while this is going on, we have some hacking going on elsewhere in the hotel.
Yes. Okay. So I can do an investigation for that?
Correct.
I'm going to spin the Benny.
Okay.
And I have Elan, so I get to add +2, so I got a 4.
A 4, okay, yeah. Then the two of you, as you're going through here, Fedor, you are kind of looking through the hallways as Smythe is going over the results from his computer hacking. And you have discovered that it turns out our Sparrow's room is on the 36th floor, but it happens to be in the same place 6 floors up as Control's room was.
I don't know if you'll make me do multiple rolls. I'd also like to see where the mogul's room is, and then make key card access cards for both those rooms.
Ah, okay. So you didn't get a raise, so you're going to have to make another check in the next time you go through here. But Fedor, make a notice check for me.
All right. 4.
A 4, okay. So you're kind of looking around the hallway, and you look over your shoulder just in time to see that there is another agent who is approaching you. And this agent almost like shoulder checks you because he's not paying attention to where he's going. But the notice check allowed you to move out of the way if you choose to. This other agent is known as Stiletto. And Stiletto is an Italian agent. He's wearing a red dinner jacket. He's got his hair kind of long and all swept back. And you notice right away that his signature gadget is a very fancy metallic belt that he wears. Looks like it's almost preposterously kind of wrapped around him. You can't quite tell where it latches. But yeah, he's walking past you, and he just locks eyes with you. And like I said, he wanted to shoulder check you, but he's still going to make an attempt to intimidate. So this will be opposed to your spirit. Let me give you a number to try and beat. That's going to be a 5.
$10.
10. Okay. So the thing with Stiletto is a trained killer. And he is actually a professional rival of yours and has been for some time. But you know what? He might be a professional killer, but that's not impressive to somebody like you. So, yeah, he walks by and he gives you his icy stare, but you just give one right back.
He might be a professional killer, but when I was a hobbyist, I did better than him.
That's fair. Yeah, you can definitely think that you're better than him. That's not necessarily an unearned thing to think. But what you do need to realize is that Stiletto, whenever he's around, people inevitably end up dead. He's notorious for it. So his presence here in the International is fairly rare, but it's never a good omen.
Well, I'm going to let him go ahead and try and shoulder check me. But he's going to find out that since I saw it coming, I'm able to like hunker correctly so that I'm more of a wall than he expected. And he's going to give me this icy stare, and I'm going to freeze his eyes to show him what real ice is.
Sounds good. Yeah. So he looks at you and he realizes, oh, this isn't just a normal person that I can scare with my visage. This is somebody that I'm going to have to keep an eye on as we're going around the hotel. But he doesn't say anything to you. He just walks past.
I would like to counter-intimidate him, though.
Well, I think, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, good.
The number to beat is 12.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm definitely going to probably have to spend a Benny then. Yeah, fuck it. I want to scare him. I'm going to try to spend a Benny. Okay, I didn't make it. I am just as not scary to him as he is not scary to me.
So it's a true meeting of equals then. But yeah, eventually Stiletto, he walks down the hallway and turns around the corner. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Oberon's drink has just arrived.
He takes it from the bartender and just kind of gives him a chin nod and as a thanks. And he kind of slides it closer and he kind of stirs it just a little, looks at her and says, "Now, it's not poisoned, is it?"
She says, "Oh,
Saved by a mainland tiger snake's venom."
She laughs, and her laugh is like the tinkling of crystal in the finest night, like gala event. And she looks at you again, and she says, "I'm always so pleased when my reputation precedes me, but there's nothing for you to worry about. I might have plans for you later."
Sounds promising. And he starts to sip on the drink.
Okay. Is there any information you'd like to get from her?
Does she have like a real name that I would know other than just Sparrow?
You know what? She does.
Not to call you on the carpet or anything.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, so her name is Olivia Bennett.
Oh, and that was another thing. I wasn't sure if a unicorn would be able to retrieve that kind of information between his connections and some of his goons. The actual names of some of these individuals.
Certainly, yeah. And I mean, there's really no telling how that information could be used against a person. So it might be worthwhile to collect.
We didn't say anything about blackmail. So yeah, Natalia's at the bar, and Unicorn is somewhere in the building. He is feeding information to both her and Charles, specifically about names and some specific details. Say stuff about the mogul and possibly the assistant. I don't know if the assistant has left the table yet, or the roulette table, or how that's worked out. But yeah.
In fact, so wait, hold on. We'll. So,
Sorry, I got ahead
with
of myself.
Oberon, did you have something you wanted to ask of Sparrow?
Yeah, he's just going to try to see if he can't suss out why she's here. You know, what it is that she's doing here, and if possible, maybe where she just was.
Okay. Yeah, so why don't you make we'll call this a social conflict between you and her. And what this is going to look like is opposed persuasion checks. You could also use intimidate if you want, but I feel like that's probably not your style.
Persuasion is definitely what I use typically.
Cool. Yeah, so first off, you're trying to figure out what she's doing here and what she specifically has done just before coming downstairs, right?
Yeah, so that would be like if I get raises, or that would be like the more specific information.
Sure, that makes sense to me. Okay, then. So go ahead and give me your persuasion check, and this will be opposed to 5. I'm sorry, a 7.
Okay, I'm going to spend a Benny.
Well, keep in mind also, you get to add your charisma bonus to this persuasion check.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, so that gives me an 8.
An 8 total? Okay, so 7 versus 8, you do succeed, so you get 1 point. That's something that will be important for you to keep in mind as you go along. So you ask her, what she's doing here at the Hotel International, and she looks at you and she says, well, don't we all come here to relax and perhaps do a little bit of side business too?
Indeed. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I'm hoping that maybe our business is not crossing paths.
Well, I'm not sure about that. And then that's all she's going to say about that for now. But then you eventually broach the second question of what she was doing just before this. And she looks at you again and she chuckles. And she doesn't really give you information, but she just says, well, you don't think a dress like this gets on all by itself, do you?
And could you describe this dress to me again?
It's a long black number. It's got a real big slit up the side. It's kind of spaghetti strappish. It's stunning.
Okay, so in a incredibly Ian Mortimer brazen kind of maneuver, he's going to move forward kind of close into her personal space, and he's actually going to put his hand on her thigh, kind of into the slit of her dress. And then he's going to actually slowly hike it up on her leg. And what he's doing is he's checking for the kinds of abrasions or marks that a rappelling harness might make.
Ah, okay. Very nice. Yeah, you don't feel that, but you do feel there's a garter and there's a small piece of metal on the garter, and you can feel a trigger. And she says, now we both know something more about each other. Meanwhile, over in the casino, actually, you can have a parting word.
I was just going to say, no, this is just information I haven't forgotten.
Very nice. You can have a Benny for that. Meanwhile, over in the casino, the mogul himself and the mogul's assistant both come over to the Agent Charles. And the assistant the mogul is a man of Middle Eastern descent, but he does have this Russian person who's handling him. And the Russian comes up and says, hello, Charles. It has been too long.
Yes, it has, Igor. How's it been?
Nice, thank you. I know I do not need to introduce my superior, but perhaps he may join you at your table. And at this point, the mogul just sits down. It's not really a question.
It's like, I'm sorry I didn't warm the seat up. That's just the way it goes. I said, the hand is hot. Take the cold seat.
So I'm going to need a gambling check from you. This will be an opposed gambling check, and so I can give you a target number in just a moment.
Okay.
But there is really no ceremony about what the mogul does when he sits down. He sits down, he gestures to the dealer, or he gestures to the dealer, and he also gestures to his assistant after a few moments. And wild die aced. So the best I got was a 7 on my gambling check.
All right. And my wild die aced, and I got an 8.
An 8, just barely higher. Okay, so
It's like he pulls he pulls a 20 and he looks over at the mogul, and the mogul's pulled the 19, and he's like, you can see him like he kind of sucks in, woo. It was a close hit.
Nice. So at this point, after this little bit of a bump for Charles, the mogul's representative looks over at the mogul, and the mogul kind of gives him a curt nod, and the representative says, "So, Charles, tell us, what is the unicorn doing in the hotel tonight?"
Charles just gives him this look. I don't know.
Very elusive, do you not agree?
Isn't that the way of the unicorn? Are you hunting the unicorn?
Well, he looks down at the mogul, and the mogul looks dead at you. And almost as if the mogul is the one speaking while he's got his eyes locked with yours, the representative says, "Remember, Charles, the mogul is a spy master. He knows which contracts are active right now."
True. And that information is always a viable commodity.
Yes.
And at this, Charles has taken I'd like to make a sleight of hand. So the card that's dealt to me, I actually end up slipping across the table.
Oh, okay. Okay, so go ahead and give me a stealth check, I guess.
Okay. Boy, better be good at his stealth checks. Well, that's all I gotta say. All right. Okay. So yeah, I got a 4.
A 4, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pass the card over, and there's no recognition on behalf of the mogul or the representative that this has taken place.
I also checking on the dealer because that's the one that I'd be worried about.
Yeah, the dealer didn't notice either. So,
okay.
And with this, the round of gambling continues. Meanwhile, over at the computers, we have a couple of people who are looking for some more information. So let's do another investigate check.
Well, and actually, first I'm going to do a lockpicking check and to make a master key card for all the rooms.
Ah, I like it. I like it. Okay. And then you were also curious to know where the mogul is staying, right?
Right.
Okay, so go ahead and give me the lockpick check to make the key card, and then you could do the other check too, but it would just be a multi-action penalty.
I did not do the other one as well.
Okay.
Yeah. I had to spend a penny and got a 7.
A 7. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, a 7 is a success. So you managed to make this master key, and you now know where the sparrow is located, and you have a means to investigate her room.
I'm not gonna do too much here more, so I don't want to get caught.
Fidior, do you have any plans?
I'm basically just trying to stay in here and make sure that no one comes and messes with the computer geek.
Okay, sounds good. And then,
Could I have made more than one key card, or how many key cards did I make?
with just one success, I think you can only have made one.
Okay.
Also, of the four of you, which one has the actual key chip that you stole from the bunker?
There aren't a lot of pockets in my cocktail dress.
I have
I
plenty.
figured
Safest. Ian would have had it.
Oh,
I
really?
have plenty
Okay.
of pockets.
I was gonna say it might be actually safest with the unicorn,
That's
since
true.
he's not typically
Okay.
directly involved in the operations.
Right. So there would have been some type of exchange in the process, possibly some type of in the transfer between the locations. So between Kamchatka and getting to the hotel itself.
Yeah, probably on
There
the
would have
plane,
been some
maybe.
type of- yeah. Is it so? It's like is it like a small briefcase type kind of thing, or is it like a big briefcase with a really small like flash drive in it?
Well, it was it was in a fairly large briefcase, but it is basically just a flash drive, so you don't actually need to keep it in the briefcase if you prefer not to.
Okay, and I guess the other question would have been whether or not I could have given it off for dang it, our tech girl there.
Smythe?
Yeah, Smythe. If Smythe could have made a replica of it on the.
Oh yeah, well, that's a good thought. But if it had been
Totally.
investigated, it would have been discovered that this key chip is one of a kind, and it's got all
Right.
kinds of security measures that prevent duplication.
Okay, so in the process, then I guess Natalia would actually have the chip,
Mhm.
as she hasn't made an exchange yet to the drop-off location for the unicorn. So
Okay, sounds good. And Natalia is at the bar, right?
yeah, she's at the bar. She's kind of on the opposite end from where Ian and the Sparrow are. So
Okay, so then Smythe and Fitior, now that you have completed this part of your mission, what's next for you?
Well, as soon as he tells me that he's got the card, I'm just gonna like half drag, half lead her over to where she said the Sparrow's room was.
Okay.
I was going to say, sweetheart, you're so rough.
So she's maybe a southern spy. Sweetheart, I do declare. All right, so yeah, you're gonna go up and check out Sparrow's room. It's on the 36th floor, like I said. And yeah, you get up there. So give me a stealth check, both of you, to try and get up there undetected.
Both of us?
Yeah. It can be cooperative, like I said, but
I think Fedor will be the lead on that then.
If I cooperate, if she cooperates with Fedor, does Fedor get a bonus?
You will not, because I got a 0.
so if Smythe helps out and gets at least a success, for every success and every raise, you'll get +1 point.
Well, I got a 9, and I don't know if there's any penalties or not, but
No penalties, no.
then I got a 9.
Yeah, and the number to beat was 7, so it's not with a raise. So the hotel is aware of your movements, but nobody in the hallways is going to catch what you're doing, and it's understood.
As we get to like the door, like I'm going to pretend that I'm going to start making out with him and like put the key card in the door, and we like slip inside real quick.
All right, Fedor, how do you react to this?
It's not the first time.
oh, just love Southern women.
All right.
Well,
So yeah,
unlike
you guys.
actual Frank Castle, I didn't have a wife who got brutally murdered. I just like killing people.
Of course, yeah. It's not like there was a trigger. You just are this way naturally.
So I got no loyalty to my dead wife or nothing. This is fine with me.
Great. All right. So yeah, you guys get into the room, and we won't do checks just yet. But tell me what your actions are going to be like inside the room. Are you investigating? Are you guarding? What's going on?
Being rough.
I will scan the room and say I don't see anything.
Sounds good. So we will
I'll scan the
conclude
room.
the room in just a moment. But first, back at the bar, we have two people who are getting pretty heated. And at this point, actually, Sparrow, she let you, feel that she has a gun on her. But then after that, she kind of makes it clear that that sort of intimacy is not going to happen unless you get lucky. So, what kind of information would you like to get out of her now?
He was easily dismissed once he discovered the little information that he was looking for. Even though it appeared that he was trying to get fresh, it really was just more about the finding out what he needed to know, and the rest was just icing. He's gonna see if okay. So, Olivia, you've just come here to relax. That's the story then.
Well, yes, isn't that the story for everyone, though?
That's the story, at least, or at least what it says on the cover. So, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a statue, would you?
A statue. Go ahead and give me your persuasion check.
Okay.
And the number to beat is a whopping 6.
So I totaled out with an 8.
An 8 total. All right, so that's one more point for you. And she says, "Now, what would you want from a statue at the Hotel International?"
Well, there's a lot of statues to be appreciated, really, all over the world, and I'm a sucker for sightseeing.
Yes, I know you like to look at all the pretty statues.
That's the truth. So, I was wondering if maybe you could show me around a little. The island, that is.
Show you around the island, eh?
Statues, in particular.
Of course, of course. Well, I think I could manage that, but of course we've got to finish our drinks first as well.
Way ahead of you. And he takes the last sip of his whiskey sour.
All right. So we're going somewhere here, and next we have over in the casino, we've got the Russian and the Mogul and Charles. So
the they play out the hand again, and Charles is trying hard to focus on actually staying ahead of the Mogul, not really wanting to lose the money that isn't his money. So
sure.
it's like, the boss said, "Don't lose the money. I ain't losing the money."
He's a good minion. So go ahead and give me a gambling check.
Okay, so
Ooh. And the number to beat is 25.
and yeah, Charles is like, maybe I should be trying a different hand. It's like he looks at his hand and he's like, he got dealt like 2 cards, and right away he was like, this ain't gonna work. He's like, he was sitting at an 18, and then when they flipped the card over, he went to 23, and he was like, oh, not good.
So it's not just that like several chips go over to the Mogul; it's those larger cards,
Right. It's got one of those. They're like the big chit cards. It's like, and Charles is like, it's like, I know the unicorn's watching. It's like, oh, I don't want to be cleaning the toilets tonight.
The representative smirks whenever this hand goes down, and he looks over at Charles and he says, "Perhaps your handler should be reminded of the Mogul's generosity. It only comes rarely, and it should not be abused."
The unicorn is quite aware of the generosity. And He's like,
So perhaps you will remember this time. Tell us again the truth this time. What brings you to the Hotel International?
and he's the only information he has is this. He's looking for a statue.
A statue. The mogul at this point, he signals to the representative, and we have time for one more gambling check. Do you want to make it?
Okay. Yep. We're gonna go.
All
We'll
right.
make her go.
Well, I got a 10.
Whew. Yeah, Charles may be in retirement here soon. I got a 2. Actually, I'll actually use the Benny, and I'll roll again. Just okay. So yeah, yeah. Okay, I ended up with a 14.
A 14. Okay, very nice.
Yeah, Charles he looked at his hand and he kind of misread the cards at a minute, and you can start seeing him sweating, and he's like, oh, and then he pulled it up again. He's like, and his eyes get kind of big, and he's like, okay, I got this. It's like, and so yeah, he shows the cards, and he's like, thank God I got it back.
The mogul stands up, and the representative begins to prepare the two of them to leave. And they,
So as he stands up, there's that card is sitting there at his spot.
yeah, and that's what I was going to say. So he stands up, and he looks down at Charles, and he says, "The mogul's generosity has officially run out. You have won this round, but your transgressions have been noted. Do not slip up for the duration of your stay, and remind the unicorn whose territory he is on here at the Hotel International."
And Charles looks at him and says, things change.
Oh,
hands all
okay. All right. So then the representative, he stops, and he turns back, and he says, "It seems all of this high-energy gambling has gotten to your head. Perhaps you should clear your head with a night stroll along the beach."
Beaches.
And then they walk away.
It's like, oh, beaches. All right. He's like, I don't need no stinking beaches. He's like, he looks around and he's like, there's a beautiful one, and there's a beautiful one. He's like, he collects the pot and everything. He stands up and goes and cashes it in, and like as soon as it's cashed in, the money is automatically credited back to the unicorn's account. Like there's like this ghost account there that, and of course there's a small spending allowance for Charles. You know,
Of course.
doesn't want Charles to get out of hand here though.
Sure.
So
Meanwhile, up in Sparrow's room, so first of all, I think we wanted to do some sort of like streetwise check to see what's in the room.
I mean, I would do notice, but yeah.
Notice works too.
Okay, I'll do that too. I'm smelling things, I guess.
Yeah. Or
Well,
like,
you can be streetwising it up.
Well, my streetwise isn't as good. Streetwise is like asking people. I got a 7.
I got a 4, so I supported you to give you +1, so you got an 8.
Hey,
all
that's a
right,
raise.
so 8 on your streetwise check. You
No, on a notice. Streetwise is like asking people different stuff. So notice is, I would think notice would be more like snooping around a room.
right, that makes sense. Yeah, so you're looking around and you notice a few things. You did get a raise. It was an 8 total.
Apparently. So something smells particularly interesting.
Yeah, well, what I imagine is that you've got some gloves or something, and so you can actually put your hands on some things and feel around too, right?
Yeah.
And you notice a few things. First of all, you notice that she's left her underwear on the bed. Second of all, you notice that she has a small case on her nightstand. And inside this nightstand, there are 2 poison darts. And there is a slot for a third that is empty. And then I need you both to make agility checks.
Well, uncovering the underwear, like I have to feel it to see what it is, and I notice it's a thong, and I say tramp, and I wad it into a ball, and throw it back on the bed.
These
And,
American spies believe in modesty, damn it.
And so I found the poison darts, so I will take that with us. But you say agility check now, huh?
Yeah, both of you need to make an agility check.
I got an 11.
I got a 4.
11 and a 4. Okay, so both of you succeeded, which means that you're both investigating and looking around, and all of a sudden you hear this high-pitched whirring, this bzzz, and each of you managed to jump out of the way just in time for a small drone to zip right between you. And in your case, Smythe, you actually feel this drone catch on the edge of your nightgown, and it cuts it just a tiny bit, but it manages not to actually touch you. And this drone like flies up into the
Wait! I'm not wearing a nightgown.
What are you wearing?
Well, not a nightgown. I guess a cocktail dress, but I'm not going to bed. There's no time to go to bed.
Well,
you just mean a gown for the night?
yeah, a gown for night is what I meant. Thank you.
This is where the thorns fails. Evening dress
is
and
what I meant.
nightgown are definitely not the same thing.
Yeah. I often do my spy work in bedclothes. You know, like
The point
It
is,
Conspicuous.
a razor-bladed drone has just narrowly missed the both of you, and now we need to react. So we're going to do a combat really quick. And so, oh my God, Igor got a joker. And Smythe gets a 10 of spades, and the drone is going to be dealing with a king of spades. So it'll be Fithior if he chooses to go, and then the drone, and then Smythe.
So I imagine this drone zips past us. And since I succeeded and I got a raise, I'm gonna just try and like pull out my K-bar and just whack it down out of the sky immediately.
Okay, yeah, give me a fighting check then. Parry to beat is going to be 4. No, parry to beat is going to be 6. Toughness is 4, sorry.
That's fine. I don't know how much damage my K-bar is doing. I forgot to write it down. You said the parry to beat was what?
Parry to beat is 6, and the damage is going to be strength plus d4.
Oh, strength plus D4.
Oh, yeah. So Jeremy pointed out that there was a joker drawn, which means everybody gets a Benny because of the Joker's wild rule.
Okay. Don't I also get +2?
You do, yeah, to your action.
Okay.
And to
Well
damage.
then. Okay. Well then I'm gonna hit with a raise, and so I'm gonna
Nice. That'll be an extra d6 damage.
an extra D6 damage. I'm trying to add my Benny. Okay. So it's 2d4 plus 6 plus a d6 plus 2 damage. Oops, I dropped my d4. It's lost forever. I'm never gonna find it.
I hate it when that happens. And it's just one more caltrop at this point.
Okay, so a 1 and a 2 and a 3 plus 2 for the bonus. A 1, a 2, and a 3 is 6, and 2 more is 8.
8 total for the damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the toughness was 4, which means that's a success with a raise. So with this one blow of your K-bar, you managed to take out the drone.
I imagine it's like it whizzes by and it cuts. Crap. What was your
Smythe.
Smythe? It like cuts Smythe a little bit, and like it's going to cut into her arm. And I just pull out my K-bar and I bat it away into the ground.
Nice, okay. Cool. Yeah, so it hits the ground and it shuts down, starts smoking.
I will say that it like cut one of the straps on the top of my dress and it starts to fall down. So I say, Vidar, find me something to wear. And I just happen to have the same proportions as the sparrow. So
Of course, yeah, but you don't flaunt it as much as she does.
no.
I'm going to intentionally find the most revealing thing and say that's the only thing in the entire place.
Nice.
I will say, turn around. And I don't know if he did or not, but I'm assuming he did because I'm sure he's a gentleman.
I am not a gentleman.
Yeah, so as Jeremy points out in the chat, it turns out that this mild-mannered, granny-pannied U.S. operative is all of a sudden the nerd-turned-hottie of the adventure. All right, so at this point, we have discovered quite a bit, and we will take a quick break to go to the bathroom, get more drinks, whatever you want to do. Let's go ahead. It's 7:45 right now, so let's try to do this for 5 minutes. And while we are on break, if any of you have channels that you want to plug or anything like that, feel free to go ahead and do that as well. So we'll see you soon, everybody.
Well, since Eli opened the floodgates. No, I'm just kidding. I do have a YouTube channel where I run live plays like this, typically Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Again, you can find it by going to and just searching my name, Jeremy, and the last name is Lilley, Lilley. Other than that, the Absolute Tabletop official Facebook group, I would definitely recommend going and checking them out. It's a great group of people, very supportive, very creative. It's kind of where this game got put together. And yeah, so I'm having a blast so far, and thank you guys who might be tuning in and who may be watching this later on. It's kick-ass so far, so I'm having a great time.
While everybody's away, I'll take this chance to talk a little bit about my own deal. So we are the Mythic Gazetteer, and like I said, this particular adventure is unconnected to our normal projects, but we are gearing up to kickstart our first product. It will be a fantasy setting for Savage Worlds called the Blackwood. Basically, you are errants, and you are wandering adventurers who have the freedom to explore a magical wilderness full of beautiful, deadly danger. And you have the opportunity to explore this in the hopes that you can either save the Elder Kingdom from a crumbling ruling class, or just save yourself and get out by whatever means you can. Like I said, this game is coming to Kickstarter in May, and we are going to include a full campaign book. So you've got character information, you've got gear, you have new edges and hindrances, new arcane backgrounds. You've also got a full plot point campaign, and potentially even an adventure generator as part of a stretch goal. So check us out. You can like us on Facebook at Facebook/Mythic Gazetteer, or you can check out our website, which I have in my lower third down here. That's mythicgazetteer.com. We have a blog where we talk about our products, but also about all sorts of stuff, player advice, game master advice. Just recently, we had some popular posts on doing character voices, which is something that I've had a lot of fun doing so far tonight. So yeah, check us out and keep an eye out for more news from us.
We'll say check out some of our free one-shots as well.
Oh yeah, we do have a Drive-Thru RPG page, and we've got 2 free one-shots up there right now, as well as 8 free character archetypes, both of them for the Blackwood. And we've also got some maps that are available, and we're going to be coming out with more of all of those except the archetypes very soon. And since we did draw a Joker, I'm going to go ahead and shuffle the deck, so I'm going to mute my microphone while I do this. Enjoying the game so far?
Sorry?
You having fun as a spy so far?
Does the Pope shit in the woods?
I think Benedict did. I'm not sure about Francis.
They used to.
I am sorry, all my Catholic friends. It was a joke.
Yes, I am absolutely enjoying myself, man. This is exactly what I was looking for, so I'm having a blast with this. I really, really like how, because normally in a Bond film, most spy movies actually, there tends to be just one focal character, and he would be the one that was accomplishing all of these individual tasks that we're kind of handling as a group. So I think that that was a really, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it was a really smart way of kind of incorporating a party element into a storyline that usually only has one main character.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about adventure design while we're waiting for Nathaniel and Alex to get back. So basically what I did, there's a blog called The Alexandrian, and he has a lot of really great advice about game design and session prep and that sort of thing. And he has this one thing in particular called node-based scenario design. And the idea is especially well suited for mystery games like this, where we're supposed to be finding out, you know, who did it and where and with what and why. And so the idea is that instead of prepping scenes that these characters move through linearly, instead you've got locations, and there's information that can be found automatically in each of these locations. And by exploring all the different locations and learning all the different information, you'll be gathering a more complete picture of what the mystery is that's going on right now. And so, yeah, and like you noticed, you know, I mean, you went to the bar, and some people went to the casino, and some people just went to investigate in the hotel itself. And these are all places where I had kind of seeded information. And so, yeah, you guys are just discovering it as you desire, but it's cool to see all of it happening at once.
Yeah, it takes on a little bit more of like an Ocean's 11 type, almost heisty type vibe, because, you know, it's got, even though it wasn't really set up intentionally that way, you know, while they're investigating Sparrow's room, I'm talking to her down in the bar, you know, kind of keeping her busy. You know, again, it wasn't set up that way, but that's the way it kind of plays cinematically, which is really neat. It's very, very cool to see. Like I said in the chat, the way it all kind of synergizes together is really awesome.
Yeah, I've liked it so far.
And while I am by no means an expert in women's undergarments, there's surely a spectrum between granny panties and a thong. So don't call me a granny panty wearing spy. That's not nice.
That's fair. And even so, I mean, from what I understand, granny panties are incredibly comfortable. So I'm not hating on anybody who chooses to wear them.
I don't know. So
In
Does
my
not discriminate on the basis of your underwear. Let it be known.
in my limited experience, it's typically the kind of women who pick up or see thongs and would call that person a slut that usually wear granny panties.
I would never call someone a slut. I called her a tramp.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
She's
Terrible.
fully empowered to make her own decisions with her own body, but they just have disagreements when it comes to what undergarments are best.
Appropriate. Yeah, absolutely. And as far as when we're on this subject, I am going to head and apologize for anybody who is a little more progressive for playing a character who is misogynistic.
Yeah,
And,
well, and you know, I mean, I struggle with the same sort of thing. I mean, as somebody who identifies as a pretty strong progressive myself, it's there's definitely a moment of like, ooh, whenever we broach these subjects, but it's part of the genre, you know. I mean,
yeah, it's
genre should grow and adapt and improve, but
exactly.
there's nothing wrong with this inherently, you know.
To me, a character who is sexist or misogynistic is kind of similar to a character like John McClane, who he's a hero, but he's an anti-hero. You know, he is still ultimately kind of the good guy of the whole story, but he's got issues. You know, things that are undeniably flaws on his personality.
He's not the great guy of the story. He's just the
Exactly.
good guy.
Yeah, he's just the best person to root for out of the
Right.
collection.
He's not even the good guy. He's the least bad guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true. All right, so now that we are all back, let's see here. When we last left, we had 2 people fighting a drone in a hotel room. We had 2 people leaving the casino after getting some information. And we had 1 person who was wrapping up a conversation with an Australian beauty.
I would like to say we had 1.5 people fighting a drone. You can either say I'm being sexist or ableist.
Or self-deprecating.
No.
All right, so let's jump back to the bar where the drinks have been finished. And Sparrow looks over at Oberon and she says, I would like to take you out to the terrace, but first I'm going to need to slip into something a little more comfortable.
And I'm assuming at this point that Ian doesn't know that his comrades are currently up in her room.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know if we have like earpieces or anything like that where we've been in communication.
I'm sure you got some form of communication. This is a spy thing, right?
Right.
So she says, tell you what, why don't you go out to the terrace and make yourself comfortable? I'll be down in 15, 20 minutes.
Don't wait too long.
Oh, I won't. I'm excited. So, meanwhile at the casino, Charles and Natalia have both ceased their gambling. And what are they doing at this point? Nathaniel, I think you might be muted. You trying to say something to us? Yeah, I can't hear you if you're talking. The mute marker is on your deal there. Yeah, so I am not able to unmute you myself. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think you got it now.
Can you say anything? All right. Well, while you're figuring that out, we'll switch back up to the room for a little while. So this drone has just been destroyed, and it's kind of smoking on the floor.
What I'm going to do is, since I know that one of my rivals is here, I'm going to intentionally place one of his calling cards. Because there's no way to pretend like we weren't here stealing her poison, breaking her drones. So that guy who shoulder checked me, I'm going to leave his calling card and suggest that we boogie on out.
All right, so give me a smarts check at -2 to see if you can remember what this guy's calling card is.
And
Dude.
leave it like on her underwear.
This guy and me were rivals. There's no -2.
No, there definitely is. He's pretty secretive.
Yeah, but I'm very cautious.
Yeah, well, still a -2, so let's see.
Dang it. I argued as best as I could. Oops. Can he help me remember?
What is it, a smarts check?
Yeah. But you could probably do investigation because you're investigating. Damn it, I lost my other D4.
Eli, what is it?
It would be a smarts check.
I mean, I'd rather just do that than have him, like, assist me. I'll be like, oh, yeah, it's this.
Yeah, now I'm going to just tell him to do it.
Well, it's something that you would know because he's your rival, so it's not something that somebody could do for you.
Okay,
Okay.
well, then I got to spend a penny.
Okay.
I'm spending another penny. Okay.
I got a 5 so whatever you got.
Well, I got a 9 on my second penny.
Okay, yeah, so a success with a raise. So you know that this character Stiletto, he leaves one of 2 mementos whenever he commits a crime that he's particularly proud of, or commits a mission that he's particularly proud of. One of them is just a slash along like a wall or something, a single horizontal slash. The other one is an actual stiletto knife.
I'm going to make the slash cut the undergarments she's having lay out. And I'm also going to try and rig a trap for her to get hit by one of her own poison darts.
Oh, shoot.
Ooh, I can MacGyver something.
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell him to do it. So, like, when she goes to pick up her underwear, when she goes to, like, grab them, like, grab with your hands grabbing, she's going to hit the thing and get stabbed.
Okay, so first of all, it'll be a MacGyver check to build the trap, and I'm going to say that I would also like you to spend a penny to be able to activate it.
Okay, so what are you wanting me to roll?
You don't have to roll anything. You just spend a penny and it gets created.
Oh, okay.
And then it would be an agility check for her versus whatever the poison is whenever it comes in.
Okay, I am supremely confident this will work because I'm overconfident.
All right, sounds good. And then, yeah, so you guys book it out of there. Actually, as you're doing this, you hear over the radio.
Well, okay, I'm going to take my torn dress and put it in like the laundry chute or something.
Okay, sure. But you hear something over the radio. One of your fellow operatives is sending an alert.
Yeah, so Ian has gotten his second whiskey sour and is kind of calmly walking out towards the terrace. In the moment that he kind of passes, a section of pillars or what have you that kind of frame the doorway that leads out into the terrace, he kind of casually reaches up as if he's brushing a wayward hair away from the side of his temple, and speaks into his cufflink, and says that the sparrow is on the move to her nest.
I will answer it and say, well, the eggs are cracked and the mongoose is leading me down.
That was awesome. Both of you can have a penny for those code phrases. Those are so cool. All right, so yeah, you guys, do you book it out of there then?
No, I boogie on out.
Fair enough. Where do you head?
Well, I was originally gonna go to the casino, but
You can.
I would just be going somewhere to get away from where I am more than I'm going anywhere specific.
Okay, well, let's say that you guys go down to the casino and you notice Charles and Natalia down there too, so you guys can at least share information with each other if you want.
Yeah, I guess she could.
Dude, I would say let's meet at a certain meeting point. Like, what? I assume there's a restaurant in this fancy hotel.
Yeah, I think there's a place down on the beach that's got a really nice like cabana section. It's got a bar and a restaurant too.
Is there like a restaurant that's inside where it's people can meet quietly, like a back booth?
Sure. I mean, yeah, there would be like there's the bar area, and the bar has some seats that would be just for normal eating or something, but that's pretty much all it's got.
This is a hotel place for spies, and there's no clandestine meeting place. I'm gonna call BS on that, man.
You've not been in many fancy hotels, have you, Eli? There's always a nice restaurant in the hotel.
Well, yeah, I figured hotel, casino, bar, terrace, beach, and restaurant would be a little generous. And there is a restaurant. It just happens to be down on the beach. So
Okay. I will say that's where we should meet. Let's meet at the restaurant.
Okay.
Does the terrace happen to be anywhere near some of the tables for the restaurant?
Yeah, so the terrace is sort of, there's like the front entrance of the hotel, and you cross this street by a footbridge, and it takes you over to this area where there are a lot of pools, and this is where a lot of the cabana houses are, but it's right on the cliffs. And the cliffs are about 100 feet tall, and you can look down and see the beach down there. At this point, it's full dark. There's been like a full moon and everything out, and you can see that the beach is down there, and there's this little restaurant down by the waterfront. And Charles and Natalia, are you down to head down there as well? Oh yeah, you're still muted, man. I'm sorry.
This time he's not muted. We just can't hear him for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't say you're muted, but the microphone's not picking up.
His video's frozen for me now.
Well, it's not quite frozen
There it
for
goes.
me.
You might. I don't know. Have you tried
Here, wait.
hopping
Try
out and then coming
it
back
again
in?
really quick. Nathaniel, what does it sound like now? Yeah, I still can't hear anything. Yeah, you might try, I don't know, logging out and logging back in or something, but like thumb up or thumbs down, are you comfortable going down to the beach with the other two? Well, now I can't even see. Maybe there's like a way you could communicate with us textually in the sidebar chat.
Get a textual relationship. I think if I can, since was the agreement for everyone to meet down at the restaurant?
I think it was only the people who were talking together down there.
Okay.
Trying to see this message that was sent by Nathaniel.
Let's see if maybe I can position myself somewhere on the terrace that I can at least see where they're going to be gathering.
I'm assuming you could say in our communication that that's what you'll be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to let you guys know that I'm still meeting with the Sparrow. That the meeting is going on longer than anticipated. And
well, I would warn you that the Sparrow's teeth might bite her.
Interesting. All right.
I'm gonna say that the fledgling made a mess, and the mongoose had to set a trap.
Sounds good. All right. So I'm seeing from Nathaniel, Charles needs to pass off info about the statue possibly being on a stroll along the beach. Okay. Yeah. So Charles can then inform the unicorn that, and he can also pass it off to Smythe and Fithior. So Fedor. Okay. I'm going to say Fedor. I might not even accent it, and that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, like you have to pay to get through the door, only there's a Y after the D.
So Fedor.
Yeah, Fedor.
Okay. All right. If I mess it up, it's just going to be messed up. That's your fault for having a ridiculous name, Feetior.
Oh yeah, it's almost like having a character named Jan, and everyone calls him Jan.
It's true. I think we can hear Nathan though.
All right, so
Maybe.
you guys all make your way down to the beach, but as this is going on, Mr. Oberon, you are enjoying your drink out on the terrace when all of a sudden you hear this, "Sorry, I was late," and you turn around and our friend Sparrow is wearing a black bodysuit with some armor plating on the torso, and she's holding a motorcycle helmet in one arm. And she says, "Time for a little stroll?"
Kind of turns around and says, "Suddenly, I feel very overdressed."
You notice that she is visibly shaken as well. She seems to have something on her mind.
So, being the arrogant son of a bitch that I am, I chalk that up to just the fact that we're moving closer to a possible intimate encounter.
You're just gonna ignore the fact that we told you we set a trap for her?
Maybe not ignoring.
But, nonetheless, acting like an arrogant bastard anyway. So, let's see here. So first of all, Nathaniel, are you able to chat? I saw you jumped out and then back in. You're muted according to my screen, but
I think his video feed keeps freezing up too.
yeah,
me, at
it's
least,
looking
it does.
kind of jerky. Ah, very good point. Yeah. So, Fithior, I like your suggestion that trap is bloodthirsty for no reason, so you can definitely have a Benny for that. And then let's see here. So you guys are going down to the beach. I still am having trouble. It looks like Nathaniel's mute marker has been turned off, but I still can't hear him. Ugh, Hangouts. It just needs to hurry up and die already.
Yeah, but what are we gonna use instead? Discord?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, honestly, the only problem that I could foresee is integrating it with YouTube Live, but I'll do pretty much anything. So let's see. We've got a chat down here. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. Okay, so meanwhile, yeah, so you just assume that it's because you think there's an intimate engagement coming up, and maybe even you start to like make a move on her as she's getting onto her motorcycle. But as soon as you touch her, she revs the motorcycle, and she like jerks ahead, and then she turns around and she gives you this gesture like, "Where's your ride?"
Yeah, he kind of stands there as the wind from her bike is like kind of blown his loose jacket kind of after it. And he just kind of stands there sipping the rest of his drink, seemingly not in much of a hurry. And then immediately after he finishes his drink, he's going to set it down on a ledge that just happens to be within arm's reach, and then he's going to see if he can't recall where the closest motorcycle or car might be.
Yeah, so there is definitely one. Like I said, this is near the front entrance, and so there's quite a bit of nice cars and motorcycles that are parked out there. And why don't you just pick which one it is?
Okay, so in complete trope fashion, just as he kind of looks up, there is this guy he pulls up in an Aston Martin, and he opens the door up and immediately starts berating the valet, and just very obviously just a complete asshole.
Yeah.
And as he's kind of berating the valet, leading him back over to the valet station, and he gives the valet his keys and kind of storms off. Finally, the valet turns around to go move the car, and Ian is actually sitting in the driver's seat. He just holds his hand out, and he takes the keys.
That's going to be a persuasion check first.
And he says, "Don't wait up." Hang on a second. persuasion. Okay. Yes. Yes, a 15.
Oh wow. Well, I rolled a 1. So so the valet, he looks at you and he for a split second he hesitates and he just says, "Your car, sir."
Instead of having set my glass down on a ledge, I actually hand it to him.
He takes it and he says, "Yes, I'll dispose of this immediately." And
There's a $20 bill in it.
very nice. Okay, he picks it up and puts it in his pocket, and then he walks away. And the car roars to life and springs off after Sparrow.
Oh yeah.
So, meanwhile, down on the beach, you get to the restaurant, and there is a bartender down there as well, and there's also a few servers, and so they take you to a table that is pretty far removed from everywhere else. It's definitely along the beachfront there. And,
All right, so is this an outdoor restaurant?
yes.
Then, I mean, I guess I'm shivering because apparently I'm wearing a very revealing dress now.
It's a hot summer night though. It's like mid-July right now, so it's there's a night breeze, sure, but it's still like 75 or so.
Okay, I shiver a little and see if there's any gentlemen with me.
I do not offer my coat.
All right, sounds good. So you guys are down there, and you're just discussing at this point, right?
I guess.
Okay. And Nathaniel,
We're-
you're still having audio issues? Yeah, there's nothing. I can't hear you, man. Get my phone up for a message incoming.
While we're down there, I'm going to do an investigation on the hotel and see if I can find information about all the statue and artwork that is around the hotel and pinpoint where those locations are.
Okay, so you want to do like an investigation check?
I believe that's why I said I wanted to investigate.
Okay, sounds good. So go ahead and give me an investigate check then.
I got a 5.
Okay, so yeah, you know that the hotel has many statues, both inside and outside. You don't know of any statues that are along the beach, but that seems to be the intel that you picked up from the Charles and Natalia.
That the intel is that the statue would be near the beach.
Yeah, the intel is that the mogul had suggested to them that they maybe clear their heads with a walk on the beach. And this was just after they were talking about a statue together.
Okay, but the information on the hotel says that there should be no statue on the beach.
Yeah, none that you're aware of anyway. There are, like I said, hotels that are or there are statues that are inside the hotel. There are even some that are like kind of on the facade of the building outside, but nothing on the beach that you can recall.
I would I would share that information and say, so if we find something, it's not supposed to be there.
All right.
I'm gonna look and see if I can see anything from where I am.
Okay. You can even just make an action to investigate in general if you'd like.
I'm gonna make an action to notice in general.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, go ahead and give me that check. And you just want to sit at your table and look around at everything out there?
No, I'm gonna take this pretty young thing with me on a walk down the beach.
Okay,
Are-
sounds good.
The stuff that you guys are discussing, are you guys communicating that to Ian at all?
I'm not communicating anything at all ever so far.
I would say what we're doing so that you know where we are.
Okay.
Just
So,
as a note, my guy is not a very good team player.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's perfect.
So I got a 7 total.
Okay.
And what are you doing? You're taking me along the walk on the beach?
To try and
Yeah.
find a statue.
Okay. I like while we're strolling, I would like pretend like we're a young couple, like, oh, and laugh at like pretend I'm laughing at something he said. I'm sure he's just kind of walking surly, and it's
I'm
all just
very-
me.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. You're laughing at jokes that I'm not even pretending to say.
Right, but I'm trying to make it seem like we're a young couple walking romantically along the beach.
And I'm making it seem like you're way more into me than I'm into you.
But I cannot see that.
Sounds good. So I see that Charles, the unicorn specifically, is going to be summoning allies. What you could do is make, because the summon allies spell, I think, lasts for 10 minutes or something like that. Let me double check here.
Are you summoning an actual person or a stone sentinel?
It would be an actual person. It looks like that person stays around for 3 rounds at a time. So what you could do instead is do your connections edge to try and get people to actually show up and help you out. Do you have a preference one way or the other? Actually, what you could say, I guess, is just say that, okay, go connections then. So first thing for your connections is to make a persuasion check to make contact with these people. And how well you do will determine how many people come to your aid. So let's see. If you get a raise, then they'll provide some muscle for you. So go ahead and type the result of your persuasion check into the chat. Persuasion 9. Okay, so that's at least 1 raise. So let's say that you're able to get 2 of the bodyguard templated people in the summon allies power to show up and help you out for the duration of this scene. And yeah, I've got their stats here. So, and we'll say that that armor that they're wearing is armor that's like a flak vest. So it's actually a +2 for melee and it's a +4 for bullets. But otherwise they are, yeah, Charles and 2 females are coming along. Okay, so we've got 3 women and 2 men walking along the beach here. And meanwhile, there is a motorcycle and an Aston Martin racing down the cliffside roads here. This is going to be a chase, so I'm going to need a driving check from you, Oberon.
Alrighty. Let me see here.
All right.
I hope you've reset all of his preset music stations.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I readjusted his mirrors and his seat.
So I rolled a 6 and I got a 3 of clubs. Not
Yeah,
very great.
I'm spinning a venue here. Okay. The goal is to beat the result that she got.
Well, Chase will determine how you can interact with the other person. And what I'm going to say is that you can use things like spy gadgets in this vehicle to do like agility tricks and things like that to modify her roles in the future.
Okay. So I spent a Benny and got a 5 total.
Okay, cool. So you get 1 card as well, and you get a Jack of Clubs. Now, clubs are complications. So as you're racing along the cliff top here, there is a section of road where there's this like rock slide that comes down. And so she needs to make a driving check to avoid this at a -2 penalty. And she got a 7 total. -2 is 5. So she does manage to swerve around this. And you see it coming, so you don't actually have to make that check. But when you swerve around and come back onto the road, you see that she's laid down a line of oil just afterwards. So as you're trying to like come back around for this curve is where you're hitting this oil. So you need to make a minor trait roll with no penalty to avoid falling off the cliff.
Okay, so what is a minor trait roll?
Driving.
It's you're driving,
Oh,
whatever
Gotcha.
trait roll you're using. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have driving, so perfect. And you said it's
Alright.
a driving roll minus what?
No penalty.
Oh, no penalty. Okay, cool. Yes. Okay. 11 total.
All right, yeah. So you succeed very well. You manage to actually use the oil to bank into the turn, and you even slip ahead of her a little bit on the cliff. All right, let's go ahead and do the second round as well. This will be a 5-round chase, and then we'll switch back to the beach. So go ahead and make your trait roll. Oh, shoot. I got a 14 total, so that's a success with 2 raises. So I get 3 cards. And I'm going to go ahead and choose the Joker.
Yeah, you would. Okay.
Do,
Does that
do
mean
we have
everybody gets
bennies?
Benny?
Sorry?
draw
No,
a Joker?
because I don't get bennies when you guys draw a Joker, so
I
screw
would say
you.
that's fair. Okay. I am going to go ahead and spend one, however, another one.
Okay.
Okay. And if I spend a Benny, I can take either of the 2 rolls, just whichever is the higher. Is that correct? Or if
Correct.
you spend a Benny and roll again, you have to take the second.
You can take whichever one is higher.
Okay. So I got a 5 total.
Okay, it sounds good. So you get 1 card as well, and you get an Ace of Hearts. Okay.
Ooh, close.
Pretty much Oberon's signature card. And here we go. So with an Ace of Hearts, you are in short range. So melee attacks are possible against this gal. You can do maybe bumping her motorcycle a little bit or something like that, trying to do an attack against her.
So yeah, this Aston Martin, actually, the hubcaps on it actually are able to come out almost like chariot spikes
Nice.
and actually extend out, and they're like saw blades.
Nice.
He's actually going to try to mess up the back tire.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and make a, let's see, trappings. Why don't you make a driving check? And if you succeed, then she will suffer a -2 to her next maneuvering trait roll.
I got a 5 total again.
5 total? Okay. So, yeah, so she's going to have a -2 on her next driving check to try and do something because she's swerving out of the way to avoid these chariot spikes. But at the same time, you hear this whirring noise all of a sudden. And I need you to tell me your toughness, please.
With my armor included?
Yes, yeah, this is going to be a melee attack. So
Okay. So for melee,
Yeah.
it's 7.
melee of 7. Okay, sounds good. So, oops, well, that's going to be 11 damage total. So as you are flying along, driving along, you hear this bzzz, and then you duck out of the way just in time, but a drone slashes your cheek. It's not going to be enough to be a really disfiguring scar, but there is a quick line of blood down your cheek.
Immediately repositions the mirror to check to see how bad it is. Damn it.
So that was a success with a raise, right?
It was against his toughness, which was 7. And so, yeah, it was. So I guess it is a wound. We'll call it a wound to his pride. But it still counts. So that was that. And then meanwhile, back on the beach. So you guys are wandering down the beach. And I believe, Fithior, you got a success with a raise on your notice check, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, so you're strolling along the beach, and you notice you're looking out for statues or anything that you might see going along. And Jeremy, you have shaken in 1 wound, just so you know. And actually, you can try and soak the wound if you want to. Do you want to? You'll be spending a Benny and making a bigger check.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, you know what? I'm going to let it ride for right now.
Okay. We're saying if you don't soak this wound, then you will have a -1 until you heal it. A -1 to all checks.
Yeah. Okay, then I will attempt it. You said it's a
Okay.
vigor check?
So yeah, you make you spend a Benny and then you make a vigor check, and for every success, you clear 1 wound.
All right. I got a 4.
A 4, okay. Yeah, so then you manage to just narrowly avoid this drone, by the way. It doesn't actually hit you at all.
Okay.
And so, like I said, meanwhile, back on the beach, we have Smythe and Fithior walking along, and then we have Charles and his 2 lady friends who are walking shortly behind. And Fithior, you are walking along, and you're really not seeing any statues, not even any place where statues could be appropriate. But what you do notice is you hear a sound that is highly familiar to you. Off in the brush ahead of you, you hear a slight disturbance, and specifically you hear like the tink of a metal carabiner on a weapon. And this is a sound that you would notice anywhere. And you realize that there are armed people up in the brush, maybe about 40 feet ahead of you.
All right. Like this brush, does it? We're on a beach, so I'm not sure what level of brush I'm looking at here.
Yeah, so it's like you've got the water, and then you've got this sandy stretch for about 50 feet, and then you've got like palm trees and underbrush that are going for maybe like another 30 feet or so before you hit the cliff that goes up to the roof.
Okay. So like what kind of vibe do I get from this? Do I get there's people waiting for me, or do I get a vibe that there's just people who happen to be out here?
It's pretty common at the Hotel International for spies to eliminate each other if they're having especially bad relationships, but you aren't certain if anybody has really gotten mad at you enough to try and attack you.
Well, at least not since the last one who got shot in the gut.
Right, exactly.
I'm gonna lean in and whisper into my sweetheart's ear what I see, and then kind of hungry for it, I'm gonna want to go over there and I want them to be trying to kill me so that I can kill them.
Okay, so you want to provoke this then?
Yeah, like I wanna be walking over there, and then I wanna be looking ahead, but on my peripherals, I'm actually focused on them, even though I'm not looking that direction. And I have my hand like on her hip, but I'm covering my hand in a way so that I don't reveal that I'm actually holding a grenade there, because they're not very large grenades.
I would be keeping up the charade as well and telling him to leave me somewhere where there's cover at least. But I want to get within short range of them as well. And
Okay.
I'm pretty confident we can take them out. One blind woman and one man against an unknown amount of enemies. Sure.
Yes, but we've got the advantage of surprise, because they're hidden and don't know that we know where they are.
Should be fine, right?
I'm not worried at all.
All right then. Well, and I assume that Charles and his lady friends are just following up behind, maintaining a strategic distance.
Yeah, and again, I didn't tell anybody this. I only told her because I planned to have her help me.
Right. Sure. Okay, yeah, then you guys move a little bit closer, and basically what this means is that they were going to get the surprise on you for a surprise round, but as it stands, we can just go ahead and do combat. Now, because I drew a Joker last time, I'm going to go ahead and shuffle this. Natalia, I think, is at the hotel. She's trading off the key, or she's delivering the key to the unicorn.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. So, and I'm just gonna put these in here. Sorry, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's do some initiative now. So let's do Fithior first. We have a 4 of spades, and then we have a 2 of spades for Smythe.
Come on. Come on.
And then we have a king of diamonds for the bad dudes. So they do still get to act first, but they're not going to have any bonuses because of their attack. So all of a sudden,
I'm also using my comrade as shelter. What's it called?
because you're not wearing any armor or anything.
Well, as it turns out,
I'm assuming this dress is also Kevlar enhanced.
yeah. As it turns out, all of everyone's dresses are all made out of Kevlar. It's the latest fashion.
You know what? The dress that you're wearing does indeed have +1 armor, but it's only melee attacks and it's only the torso.
Should have taken that extra good protective tiara I saw there. Not that I didn't see, but oh well.
Would have made a perfect helmet. All right, so these guys burst out of the underbrush, and right now you guys aren't in any cover. You're just walking along the beach, so they're going to make attacks against you. And let me switch over to my sheet here. So shooting for them is a d6, and there are 2 of them. So I will roll once for each. Oh God. So 22 for one of them, which is a hit with a raise, and the other one is just a hit. So the hit with the raise is going to go toward Fithior, and it's going to be 2d6 plus 1 for a raise. So let me grab another d6 up here. And let's see, Fithior, what is your toughness?
I don't know.
Versus bullets specifically.
I know that I have 8 versus bullets, and I negate 4 AP, but I don't know what my base toughness was. Is it half of my vigor die?
Half of your vigor die plus 2.
Okay, so it's 13, plus I ignore 4 points of armor penetration.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, then I rolled an 8. So these bullets, they pepper the sand in front of you, and one of them hits your shoulder, but the impact is totally is the only thing that actually affects you, right?
It doesn't affect me.
Right. Yeah. It staggers you backward or makes you like take a step back, perhaps, but you're not out of the fight by any means. And then we have the second damage from or headed towards Smythe. So, and one of those aced. So we've got a total of 13 damage going towards Smythe.
Seriously?
What,
Come on, let me have my nice armor.
what is your toughness?
I guess just 4 if I don't get to add any armor to it.
You don't. So you can soak it.
With my 4 vigor. All right.
D4 vigor, and you need, what is it, a 12 to be able to clear all of them? Because you've got, if you have a 4 and I rolled a 12, then yeah, 8, 12, 2 wounds. Shaken in a wound. So you actually only need a 4 to be able to clear it all.
Really? I need a 4?
Well, no, I guess you have 2 wounds, so you would need to get an 8 to be able to soak it all.
Okay, well, we're soaking here. And we're spending a penny.
Okay.
My 4 fell off. So a 6, what does a 6 get me?
A 6, you can clear one of those wounds, so you've still got 1. Let's say it, the bullet, I don't know, maybe skimmed your thigh or something. Sound good?
Yeah, I will yell out, bloody hell, because I've been hanging around. I've been hanging around Mortimer too much. And then I will hit the deck.
All right, sounds good. So you see that there are these 2 mercenary characters who are wearing like riot gear and all this stuff, and they're carrying these bullpup submachine guns, and they've just and that's their turn. So next we have Fithior.
Okay, so I already had my grenade out. I'm gonna take 2 actions. I'm gonna throw my grenade, and then I'm gonna shoot my gun.
Sounds good.
So I'm gonna make, I don't know, a fighting check, a shooting check. I don't have thrown as a skill.
If you want to throw something, then it would be throwing, so it'll just be a d4 minus 2. But you're also, if you're attacking in the same round, then it's going to be a d4 minus 4.
Then having a grenade is incredibly dumb, and I shouldn't have picked a grenade because I will never successfully use it.
Yeah, these are considerations that we should have covered in character creation. But you only need a 4, and it's really like a area effect weapon too, so it's not like you need to get right next to them.
We'll see. So what's my total penalty?
4, -4.
So I got a -3.
Oh God. So yeah, you throw the flashbang, but it goes wide. It's definitely enough to cause a distraction, but not enough to actually blind them. And why don't you give me your attack roll now?
Well, if it hits them, they're still going to go flying because it's a concussive force push them around grenade.
Well, with a -3, I mean, do you think it hit them?
I think that my throwing grenades and shooting ability should have been wrapped up into one ability.
I think don't argue too much, or he's going to say it hurts us.
Yeah, I mean, it is the difference between a shooting skill and a throwing skill. That's if it wasn't skills that were actually listed in Savage Worlds, I would think differently. But I mean, you don't shoot grenades.
Wait,
Unless, well,
that's exactly
you know,
what I do. I have a grenade launcher.
okay, then yeah, you can use shooting.
Yes.
Give me another
Okay,
roll.
that's much better. Okay, I got a 10 on the die. Wait. Yeah, 10 on the die is total of 6.
Total of 6. Okay. Well, wait, it wouldn't be the -4 penalty either.
Oh, you're right. It'll only be a -2 penalty. So total of 8.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. So that is a success with a raise. So go ahead and do the raise effect for the knockback, or the, what's it called? Havoc. That's it.
Yeah, the Havoc. I want to say that the raise effect was... Oh no, I closed it. I think I dealt an extra d6 damage. I gotta look it up real quick.
I'll take a look. I'm not sure it causes damage, but it might. So all targets that fail, what's it say with a raise?
I know that they get pushed back, and if they hit anything, they take damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where was it?
Yeah, I don't actually see any effect for a raise.
Let's see.
Any character touched by the template must make a strength roll. Oh, at -2 if the caster gets a raise. Okay, so then, yeah, they have to make strength rolls, but they have a penalty to their roll. So let's see here. Their strength is d6, and there are 2 of them, like I said. So
Oh, that's what it
they
is.
both got 4s, but with a -2, they both got 2s. So they are both knocked back 2d6 inches in a random direction. Go ahead and roll that for me.
Okay, well, one of them goes 7. So it gets kind of towards me a little bit.
7 inches? Oh, God. So
Oh, no,
that's
wait.
each one is...
No, I was picking which direction. 8 inches. Wait, unless my I can explode here.
No, I don't think so.
Then 8 inches in the direction of 7 for 1.
Okay.
And 4 inches also in the direction of 7.
8 inches and 4 inches. Okay, so the first one was thrown a whopping 50 feet, and the other one was thrown 25 feet. And both of them are just like totally end over end in the air. They land in the sand. They're both like falling down. And yeah, they are both shaken.
And I'm going to be shooting my gun at them while they fly through the air.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to take all 3 shots on the same person. Because I think I have to announce who I'm shooting before I roll, right?
You do, yeah.
All 3 shots are going to be at the same person.
Cool. So yeah, it'll be a -2 to all 3 shots.
10 for 1. 4 for 1. And 1 for 1.
Okay, so the first two hit. The first one hits with a raise.
Okay, so my damage is 2d6. So, the first one hits with a raise
Yeah, the first one hits with a raise.
for 8 damage, and the second one for 7 damage.
First one for 8, you said, and the second one for 7?
Yeah.
All right, so that dude is thoroughly dead. His toughness was 5.
Man, I forgot how much you fucking explode in this game.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's actually 7, 2, it should be 9. And so you rolled an 8 and then a 7, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of those hit, and yeah, the first one, like, basically riddles the guy's armor, and then the second one penetrates through the armor and into his body, and the dude just, like, slumps to the ground by the time he falls to the sand. And yeah, so then we have Smythe's turn.
So you killed the person furthest that got blown the furthest, I'm hoping?
Yes. That's the first one who got moved, and that's the first person I shot.
Okay. Then, overconfident that I am, even though I'm bleeding from a flesh wound, I will stomp forward to the second person and will cast a
Hey, Derek, I
bolt.
don't want to ruin your day, but you need to make a vigor check first. Or a spirit
I do?
check. You
Yeah,
make
to
a
recover
spirit-
from
Oh,
shaken.
that's right. Well, I'm good at spirit. Hold on. I got a 5. -1, so 4.
And that's your casting roll? Oh, no.
No,
the
that
other
was
one
my-
shaken. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so then you're good to go. And now go ahead and take your action with that -1 penalty for the wound.
Okay. So I'm going to cast bolt at this person. Casting 3 of them at this person.
Nice. And what does your bolt look like as a spy gadget?
I have fancy gloves, and it's shooting out a little dart that's electric. And I'm really just putting my arm out there, and I'm kind of hazy. So we'll see if it actually hits them or not.
All right. So I believe you just have to pass your weird science check, and then you'll hit. And then it's
Right.
just-
Even though I'm blind and shooting in the dark, I'm very confident I will hit this person.
Sure.
10.
10 to hit?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a success with a raise. And I believe that means you get some bonus damage on the bolt too, but let me double check. I can't remember. Bolt with a raise.
I'm not sure there's anything.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So I did 3. Are you? Do I need to do each one?
No, it's one check to cast, and then you just deal the damage. So then you're dealing 6d6 damage.
Okay. Damage dice can explode, right?
But they can.
Hold on, this person is dying. Ooh. Oh, shoot. I think it's 31.
Jesus. Okay, yeah. So that guy is reduced to a tiny little pulp on the sand. And yeah, so as this happens, you notice that the two of them are cast down to the ground and they are dead. But out of the brush from nearby, there are more bullets ripping out towards you. And with this, we switch over to the car chase. And so yeah, back at the car chase, we have been racing along the cliffs, and we need to make maneuvering trait rolls again. So this will be driving. And her check this time is at a -2. spend the Benny for sure. I rolled a
Yes.
1 cumulative.
I will ask. I've been really overconfident with this. Can I have a Benny?
You can. Yeah. Sorry. Actually, both you and Fithior can have a Benny. Ah, man. I'm going to spend 1 more Benny on this. I want to get at least 1. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm going to spend 1 more. Okay. Okay, here's an ace. That's about right. Okay, so I got an 8 total, but that's really only a 6, so I only get the 1 card. And what was your result, Oberon?
I got a 10.
A 10. Okay, so you get 2 cards. They are.
Oh, you suck.
Spades and the 2 of diamonds. Sorry, man. And I got an 8 of clubs. Okay, so luckily we're all 3 at long range, but I'm going to face a major obstacle. So again, we're driving up ahead, and I actually would like this obstacle to be something that the car has triggered against the motorcycle. So what should this thing be?
Okay, so something in the road. Okay, so the front license plate of this car actually falls down forwards and then shoots off, kind of almost like a frisbee. It kind of shoots off forwards, and as it does so, it kind of breaks into a bunch of pieces that are kind of connected by this real fine wire work, and they're basically super heated wires. So whenever she drives over them, it has the potential of completely just shredding her tires.
Okay, cool. So let's do this check here. This is at a -2 penalty, and I got a 7, so 5 total, which means that I do pass it. And what she does, she sees this thing last minute, right? And she decides that instead of taking it on her tires, she actually skids sideways, and she's kind of like riding on the side of her motorcycle for a second. She clears these wires, and then she hops it back up normal and is zooming after you. So that was round 3 of this chase. Next, we'll do round 4. So go ahead and give me another maneuvering check. And oh man, I only got a 1 this time. I'm gonna spend her last Benny to try and make this happen. Okay, that's better. I got a 7 this time. So what about you?
I got a 7 as well.
Okay, so each of us just get the 1 card. First is yours, a 9 of clubs, and second is mine, an 8 of diamonds. So you have a club, which means you have a major obstacle. And here's what's going to happen. She is going to cut around you on a corner and take the lead again. And she is going to command her drones that popped out of her motorcycle to zoom up ahead, and they actually slice through a small tree. And so she zooms under it, and it's collapsing down. You're going to have to try and like gun it or something to get around there. So this is a driving check at -2.
Okay, so I am going to spend my next to last Benny.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm just going to have to deal with it. All right, I got a 2 total.
A 2, shoot. Okay, so appropriate to half the top speed of your vehicle. Let's see. Your vehicle's top speed is 60, and so you suffer damage as if you were going 30 miles an hour. And
hold on, his Aston Martin, his top speed is 60 miles per hour. That's kind of sad.
I think
Probably
it's
on these cliffs.
value, but that's a good point. Let's see. Vehicles, movement, difficult ground, damage. What do we got? Collisions. Damage that equals or exceeds the vehicle's toughness forces the driver to make a driving roll or go out of control. Oh, okay. So let's see here. As far as your vehicle's toughness is concerned, it would definitely be a fancy vehicle, compact car. Toughness is 10. And you would take damage according to... Let's just roll like a 2d6 and see what happens there, okay? So your toughness is 10, like I said. And I rolled, ooh, that's 11 so far. Oh man, I'm sorry, I got another ace and another one. Oh shit, okay. So I had 3 aces, which is 18, 22, 27. So yeah, if your toughness is 10, that's 14, 18, 22. This car could be totaled in this round. I'm going to need you to make a driving roll, or else you're going to go out of control.
Got a 4.
You got a 4? Okay, and this is with your... there was no penalty, I suppose. All right, so yeah, you definitely take some damage. This car hops up over the tree that falls down, but it rips off the side door. You can hear there's something dragging underneath the car or whatever, but you still manage to maintain control of the road. Meanwhile, down on the beach, we have a developing situation. So I see here from Charles's chats that, or sorry, from Nathan's chats, Charles would be listening for activity ahead, and then when the bullet's fired, he stops. He places a discreet call to Natalia to inform the situation, and then he heads off toward the water of the beach to flank the upcoming assailants. Okay, good plan. All right, so let's go ahead and do initiative for that. First, we have Fithior with a 7 of diamonds, and then we have Unicorn with an ace of clubs.
Oh, come on.
I'm doing it in the video order that I see at the bottom of the screen. And then you have a 9 of diamonds. And then the bad guys have a 9 of spades. So
Diamonds beat spades, though, right?
no, it's reverse alphabetical order. So it'll go Unicorn, setting up this flanking position. Did you want to make an attack as well? You do? Okay. Do you have any opposition to me rolling your attack and damage dice just to speed things up? Okay. So it would be a d6 shooting die for just a standard move. And you did roll a 4, so let's go ahead and do some damage too. Damage is going to be 7, and that meets one of the assailant's toughness. So that assailant is going to be shaken. And then that was your action, so let's go ahead and go over to the bad guys. This time, 3 people pop out of the thing, and potentially a 4th one. I need to make a spirit check to see if that one recovers from shaken. And he does. So 4 of these people like pop out of cover, and they're coming over. And now I remember Smythe said that she hit the dirt. So she's prone, which means that it's going to be a -2 to hit her for these guys. But we're just going to split it up. One of them is going to go for Fithior, one of them is going to go for Smythe, and then 2 of them are going to go for Unicorn's assistance. So that's going to be 4d6 to hit each target. Well, 1d6 for each target. And let's see here. Ordered closest. Fithior was a miss. Smythe was a miss. One of the henchmen was a hit, and the other one was a miss. So these bullets are just flying all over the place on the shoreline. And only one of them is actually a success. So let's see if this guy gets killed. That's going to be a total of 10 damage. And I believe we said that the guy has a 7 for his toughness because of his Kevlar vest. So one of the lackeys, one of the women, I guess, is going to be shaken, but not stirred. And that will be the bad guy's turn. So they all did their attacks, and they're just kind of moving forward on the beach, tactically arranged with each other. And now it is Smythe's turn. Smythe, the bullets were whipping past your head just now. How do you respond?
Smythe is going to take 2 actions. She's going to activate her device, her what did I call it? Her Mirage Watch.
Okay.
Now I'm going to spend a penny.
Okay.
Oh shoot! So this will be at -3. So I got a 3 on that.
A 3? Okay, no success.
Yeah.
So the holograph watch, it turns
Oh, wait,
out.
hold on.
Okay.
It's at -3, but I spent a penny, so my Elan I get 2, so I got a 5.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it works. So I believe that creates a -2 to incoming attacks, right?
Yes,
All right.
it does indeed. Hold on, I am just getting rid of one of my bennies. Okay, and then my second attack, or my second action, is going to be using my echolocation device to try to confuse these horrible people. So I will be rolling that. This was a much better roll.
I believe they'll need to make smarts checks in response, right?
Yes, but okay. What is 10 minus 3? 7? Okay, so it is just smart checks at -2.
A -2. Cool. All right, so here they go. And oh man, the best one of them got a 1. So what happens to him?
So what happens is while bullets are zipping by over my head, I do my Mirage Watch, and so about 5 feet to either side of me, another one of me appears, and they're not sure which one is me. And then at the same time, I point my device that I use to get around in the world at them and push a button, and a large sonic scream goes out in their direction, and they just kind of drop their guns to put their hands to their ears.
Nice. Okay. Now they do have like the point harnesses or whatever on their guns, so it's not like the guns went to the ground, but they're still like, oh no.
And so that means I believe they are shaken.
Cool. All right. Yeah. So they're all 4 shaken, and before their next move or before their next turn, they're going to have to try and recover from that. Fithior, you see 4 helpless mooks on the beach. They're all clutching their ears. How do you respond? You're muted, man.
I said there's no actual bonus to hit them or anything right now, though, is there?
No, I mean they're shaken, but there's no. You wouldn't have like a benefit on top of it.
And I can't like shoot with my submachine gun and then hip shot with my pistol, can I? I just need to choose one gun to use.
Yeah, it would be a multi-action if you wanted to switch with them, but I suppose it would be possible. It would
Well, I
be.
just don't know if you can take the shooting action twice, even if it's 2 different guns.
You can do that, but so I think what this would look like, because it's an action to change your weapons, so it would be an action to shoot, an action to change your weapons, and then an action to shoot the other weapon. So all 3 of them would be at a -4 penalty.
They're both one-handed weapons, though.
Oh yeah, well if you can hold one, if you can two-fist it, then that would be fine. But let's see, then one of them would be an offhand multi-action, so it would be a -4, and the other one would just be a -2.
That's fine. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to -2 my machine gun and -4 my pistol.
Cool.
Because it's a machine pistol. But anyways, gonna make my shooting check. Shoot at them. There's 4 of them.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot all 3 shots of my machine pistol at one, and then my hand cannon at the other, or at one of the other ones. 7 hit.
7 does hit. Yeah.
Okay. What about 6?
6 does not. Well, if these are just attack checks, then yeah, they do. You only need to hit a 4.
Oh. Okay, yeah. And that one's gonna miss. So I hit twice. Neither time with a raise. So I'm gonna do my machine pistol damage for 6, and then for 14.
Oh, geez. And this is all on one target?
6 and then 14 on one target, yeah.
Okay, well, that one's dead for sure.
Great. Good. Supposed to die. And now I'm going to use my other shot, and I'm probably going to miss, but you know.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Get it?
It's
Worth a
only
shot.
worth exactly one shot. It's only a -4 to hit, and I'm targeting an AC of 4, so. I miss, but I'm not gonna spend a penny or anything.
Too bad. I will say though that after this round, everybody's been doing some really awesome actions, both in the chase and in the combat. So everybody does get an additional penny.
Yeah, I'm still not gonna spend it. I gotta recuperate. Oh, wait,
And
I got one
finally-
earlier for being bloodthirsty. So no, you know what? Fuck it. I will spend a penny.
Okay.
That's 4 exactly. Good. Okay. I'm gonna kill this second guy. 11 damage. Does that kill him? Maybe.
11 damage would in fact kill him. Yeah, yeah. That's his armor is 7, so that's a success with a raise over.
And they only have 1 hit because they're not wild cards, or 1 health because they're not wild
Right.
cards.
Yeah. They can only suffer the 1 wound, and they're already shaken. So
Yeah. So I'm just spraying and praying, and my answers are being heard.
nice. So 2 of them drop to the dirt, dead as doornails.
Dead as doornails.
Nice. Okay. Very well done.
Is moving an action?
Moving is not an action. No, you can move your full pace as a free action.
So could I move and then try and hit some cover?
Sure. Yeah, yeah. There's what kind of cover would you like to dive for?
If I could get my back to a tree, that would be ideal. Otherwise, some scrub brush.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely a tree nearby. You can hunker down just behind it or peek out from the corner or whatever.
Are there like the beach chairs on the beach?
Yeah, there's some beach chairs.
I will say I crawled for one of those.
Okay, sounds good. All right then, and I see that Natalia is moving quickly towards Charles and the company's last location, probably to make up for the dead goon that we have already. Meanwhile, up on the cliffs, so this race that you've been engaged in, right? You left out from the hotel and you raced along, hugging all these roads. You went toward the point of this bay, and then you turned around a switchback and you started coming back down the bottom. So you're racing toward the beach, right? And let's do one more driving maneuvering trait check for this final round of the chase. And I got a 2, so I'm going to spend 1 more of my bennies. This is the nice thing about having all these bennies. I can actually spend them. Best I got was a 3, so no dice from me.
Spending a Benny myself, I got a 5.
A 5, okay, cool. So you get the 1 card, and you have a 10 of spades, which means you are at long range with her, but there's no obstacle that you face in front of you. So she's behind you. Or she's in front of you, I mean. There's some ground to eat up if you want to make it to the end of this road first.
Okay. So the way I kind of see it is this Aston Martin is banged up bad enough that I'm probably actually having to kind of permanently hold the wheel tilted. So the car is actually kind of driving down the street kind of like this, at an angle. So he is going to use, let's see. Okay, so the gas cap cover where you would put fuel into the car, at long range. Okay, so where the gas cap is, it's actually a faux gas cover because this is actually an electric car. So this where this false gas cap is, it actually kind of comes out, and there's actually a small, little tiny, I mean, maybe 8 inches or so, minigun.
I picture like a rapid
pellets.
fire pea shooter.
Yeah, it fires like elongated pellets that are actually sharp, but like maybe 22 caliber bullets.
Nice.
This is a very fortuitous Aston Martin that you stole.
Right? Yeah, let me know when I'm taking too many liberties, please.
No, this is fine. This is fine.
Oh yeah, so his thing that he stole has all these cool weapons. I switch dresses and I lose all my armor. Sure.
I told you there was one melee armor that you got.
Okay, so what is it that you need from me with this?
Let's see. You're trying to like slow her down, shoot out her tires, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So make a shooting check for me, but it'll be at a -4 penalty because of the long range.
Okay, shooting. Okay, cool. Oh man, it's a -4 penalty.
-4, yeah.
Man, I don't know about spending my last penny. That makes me nervous. I hate doing that.
Did you take the Benny that I had awarded to everybody earlier?
Yes, and I had just spent it on the driving check and stuff this round.
Too bad.
So yeah, it's a 1 total.
Too bad. All right, so the bullets spray across the road, but none of them actually get her. However, she did not even get a racing check this round. So why don't you make a driving check for me? We'll do an opposed. And if you get higher than her on the driving check, then you have won the race. And I got, this is an 8, so it's a 12 total.
Nope, I got a 6.
Too bad. All right, so yeah, you kind of rumble across the finish line, overlooking this beach, right? And she stops her motorcycle, and she's ahead of you, and she takes off her helmet and she tosses her hair. She looks back at you and she says, "It was a nice time, don't you agree?"
He kind of slides up in the car to a stop and gets out of the side of his car that is now missing the door. So it doesn't take very long to get out at all. And he actually kind of reaches over his shoulder and boop, boop, hits the alarm as this thing is like something else falls off of it.
Awesome. You can have a Benny for that.
Thank you. And he says, well, I'd rather enjoy the scenery, that's for sure. However,
Yes,
I think the car may need to be turned into the shop.
So she says, nothing calms my nerves quite like a good ride. I appreciated that. Thank you very much. My nerves have been rattled, I must say. I don't suppose you're aware of any sort of traps that have been set here tonight, are you?
Only the one that I find myself walking into now.
Well, I have to say, I did not expect you to be collaborating against me for reasons I don't even know.
Collaborating against you? What do you mean?
Were you not one of the people who tried to turn one of my poison darts against me in my own hotel room?
This is news to me. I was down in the bar, as you saw.
Yes, but didn't you come into the building with a group of other people? We passed in the lobby.
This is true, but it's difficult to be held responsible for the actions of others.
She searches you with her eyes, and then she says, "Yes, I suppose so. Well, at any rate, things are getting a little too hot for me here. I think I'm going to take my leave."
He kind of reaches out and kind of grabs her arm above the shoulder or above the elbow. Kind of forces her to turn back around and look at him. And he says, "Did you shoot Control?"
Control? No. And then recognition dawns on her face. And she says, she gets close to you and she kind of like embraces you, right? And she leans in close and her lips are right by your ear. And all she says is, "I think the mogul is making a power play." And then
it looks like he might be trying to pin it on you.
All the more reason for me to cut wild and run for a little while. Don't worry, I've got a safe house on the island. I'll be fine. But don't look for me. It'll end up bad for you.
Stay safe.
I never stay safe. And then she gets on her motorcycle and rips off down the road again. And moments after her tires kind of squeal into the distance, you hear gunfire down on the beach below. And you look down and see there's a firefight erupting down there. Meanwhile, a few seconds later, you are able to make your way down to the beach, and you are approaching in what is the third round of combat here with everybody else. So I'll go ahead and deal you in as well. What?
Hey, can I? Again, tell me if I'm pushing things too far. But can I take one more thing from the car?
It depends what it is.
I want to take a glide suit out of the trunk and jump from where I'm out down into the combat that's going on down below. Like a scroll suit.
You can do that, but to fly down there, it's an uncontrolled jump, and so it's going to be an agility check, but it's going to be at -4 to actually like land in the landing zone. And if you fail by 4 or more, then you actually land in the water.
Go big or go home. I'm doing it.
Does he get to keep all of his armor clothes?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you wear your tuxedo jacket underneath the wingsuit?
Well, if I know. I've never worn one before.
I don't know. So here's the deal. It was totally Smythe's decision to take off her dress and put on something else. So it can be your decision to take off your tuxedo jacket. Don't you pin this on me, Derek.
I might be a little sore. I'm sorry. I blame the flesh wound in my thigh.
I mean, he steals a car that's a super good fucking spy car. She steals a spy's clothes. It's not super good spy clothes.
You said it was the sexiest thing. I mean, you guys both laid you made your beds when you did that scene, and now you're just dealing with it.
Oh no, it hurts me so much.
Well, yeah, I guess really it's just Smythe dealing with it. But anyway, let's get that agility check down to the beach.
Y'all are misogynists. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, looks exciting.
Okay. As an agility check with a -4
Mm-hmm.
is a 10 total.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a D10 agility. And
so yeah,
I aced and then got a 4, which gave me a 14 total, so back down to a 10.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, you definitely managed to glide your way down there, so I'll deal you into initiative here. First off, Fithior, you have a Queen of Hearts. Next we have Oberon. You have a Queen of Diamonds. Unicorn, you have a 7 of Hearts. Smythe, you have a 4 of Diamonds. Jeez. I couldn't have stacked this. Like, it would have been impossible. And then the bad guys have a 10. So it'll be, let's see, it'll be Fithior, and then it'll be Oberon, and then it'll be the bad guys, and then Unicorn, and then Smythe. So Unicorn, have your actions ready in the chat, and we'll be ready to go. So what you see, actually, Fithior, it's your turn next.
Well, they're still shaken, right?
Yes, yeah, 2 of them are shaken, and 2 of them are dead.
Well, I'm just going to, so I pull over my guns and I blow those 2 away, and I just pivot, and I'm going to try and blow them away as well.
All right.
With a sick, sadistic grin. This is third best day I've had in months. My first SMG shot misses.
Okay.
My second one hits. And my third one hits. So I'm going to try and kill that guy.
All right. So these final 2 shots, they were going to the same target?
Yeah, I'm always going to... With these guys, I'm going to do all the bullets from each gun go at different... 1 gun per guy.
Sounds good.
5. And another 5. I don't know if 5 even does damage to him.
Alas, they do not. 7 was the number to meet in order to kill these shaken dudes, but it didn't work out.
All right, I'll shoot the other one then. With my... And I miss.
Ah, alas.
See, what happened was I got just a little too excited, and I pulled the trigger before I got my guns aimed all the way over there.
Very nice. All right, so next we have Oberon.
Okay, so you said that I would be joining the combat. Like, is there any kind of like range increment or anything like that?
I think so. We can do this one of two ways. We can say that you are approaching and you are like flying above the beach, and you are able to make like an aerial attack as you're coming down, or you can say that you've landed and you can turn around and like attack them there.
Okay, and how many bad guys are left?
There are two guys, and they look like they're in fairly close range with Fithiar. And I will say, if you do a shot from midair, it'll be a -2 to your shooting check because it's cool. But if you hit, I'll give you a Benny.
Do you know what you're looking at though? Like, do you know what the scene is?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's two guys that have. I mean, I know as a player. I don't know if my character does.
Well, you could definitely see, there are like 4 bodies on the beach at this point, and there are 2 guys who are like clutching their heads, and they look like mercenaries.
Okay, but my point is, you see a woman hiding behind a beach chair in a very scantily looking cocktail dress. Where are you going to land, Mr.?
Let's see. As ridiculous as it is, because of the kind of game that this is, I'm gonna take the shot while I'm coming in on the squirrel suit, because
all right,
why the hell would I not? Okay, so you said it's a shooting check -2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I got a 6. -2 is a 4.
A 4. Okay, so that's enough to hit. Yeah, go ahead and deal some damage against one of these guys. You're trying to beat a toughness of 7.
Okay, I think it's a 2d6. The kind of gun that I've got. Glock 9mm, yeah. 2d6. It was a 6 total.
A 6 total? Okay, so yeah, your bullets just don't manage to make it through these deals, the armor. Now, that was your move, so you are now on the beach, and next we have the bad guys, so they're going to need to recover from shaken. And neither one of them does succeed, so one of them is going to kind of clear his head, and then immediately he's going to look up at Fithiar and try to take you out. So here is an attack roll for him.
And I'm hiding
5.
behind a tree.
Do what?
But I'm hiding behind a tree. Just
It's true, yeah. So you have cover. Let's say I think it's light cover is -2, and just like a single tree to me would be light cover. But that's enough to where the bullets hit the tree instead of hitting you.
oh, good.
And then yeah, so that one guy tries to attack and fails. And then yes, Nathaniel, I was rolling the 2 bodyguards. Oh, and I can make attacks too. So Natalia and Charles had a 7 and a 4 to attack, so that both of those were successful. Were they each aiming at different mercenaries? Okay, sounds good. So I'll go ahead and roll damage separately for them. First one, is an 11 total. So one of the mercs goes down. And the second one is a 7, and that was the merc that was not shaken. So he is shaken again. So he has just enough time to come up and get a few shots off, and then all of a sudden these bullets whiz by him, and he immediately hits the dirt and is trying to avoid those attacks. So that was your attack. And then I'll roll for the bodyguards. They both shoot. One of them hits and deals 2 damage, so practically nothing. And so Smythe, it's down to you, and there's one merc left on the beach. And this merc is
I'm going to use my fancy gloves that shoot out electricity, but this one is actually going to shoot out it's a very thin filament, like a net. It wouldn't actually entangle them, but it goes over a wide area. You might almost say a medium burst template.
Okay, very nice.
And okay. So I'm going to use my last Benny.
All right.
Very glad I did. Okay, so it is 11.
11 to hit.
Yeah, hold on a second. What a blast does.
It doesn't say anything about a raise.
Okay, so it's just a 2d6.
But it is damage, and since you got a raise, I'll say that you can roll 3d6 damage instead.
Oh, cool. Thank you. 8.
8 total. All right, yeah, that is definitely enough. So this net wraps the guy up and electrocutes him, and all of a sudden he's barbecue on the beach.
I assume he just sort of, he's standing for a little bit and kind of just shaking in the air. And then he just falls over and he's kind of smoking.
Nice. Okay, sounds good. So yeah,
and I will crawl up onto the beach chair I was hiding behind and say, waiter.
And sure enough, like clockwork, there is a server who comes by with a tray, and he's got a bandage on the tray. And he says, "Miss, I understand you have been injured this evening."
Yes, please attend.
Oh yes, of course, of course. And he notices that you're not really looking at anything, and he says, "Excuse me, miss, are you blind?"
Is that how you talk to a lady?
I didn't mean to intrude. I'm only asking, would you like to feel my face?
Oh, I would. I just stick my hand in the air.
He puts his face next to yours, or next to your hand or whatever.
I say, you have very interesting features.
Yeah. You might describe them as striking or perhaps gorgeous.
I wouldn't know.
But then he says, my dear, please allow me to apply this bandage. And yeah, so that was a success. So you have a bandage. Apologies, miss. It is a chilly summer night, or my hands, I'm certain, are not as warm as they ought to be. But your wound is dressed, and I think as long as you don't engage in too strenuous activity, you should be just fine.
Thank you, my dear.
Yes, of course. And if you should need anything else, I am, of course, only a phone call away. And then he winks, and then he realizes what he's done, and then he just walks away.
As he's walking away, I don't realize that because it's really hard to hear someone walk on sand. So I'll just kind of chat him up still until someone tells me he's no longer there.
I literally never tell you that he left.
All right, so we're all gathered together, and I would like to play Ian's. Oh yeah, go ahead. I think you can do that right now.
Okay. And again, it's probably going to be pushing the envelope. So these bungalows that are down near the beach, I'm kind of picturing that some of them are a little more ritzy, where they're a little further away from the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the other ones that are kind of, they've got the thatched roofing, and they're more just kind of an open air place where people will go to find shade while they're down at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them, he's coming in on the squirrel suit, and he actually just hits one of the thatched roofs and goes right through it and comes through the inside and happens to land on like a lounge chair. And he kind of, lands on his back and kind of takes a second. Then he stands up and zips the squirrel suit off, throws it down on the ground, and kind of straightens his tie and rebuttons his the buttons on his jacket, and reaches down and picks up whatever drink happens to still be sitting there from earlier next to the lounge chair. He walks out. Whenever he sees the rest, he
well, hold on. I assume there's a beautiful woman just staring at you that was sitting in that bungalow.
Probably nearby. Yeah, he says something. It's a beautiful night.
And she says, apparently.
And as he walks out and rejoins the rest of the group, he actually stops for a moment in his stride and kind of looks, and kind of approvingly he says, You look wonderful this evening, Augustina."
She'll say, "It's a bit chilly."
He says, "Really? I hadn't noticed."
So suave. So you other two, what are you doing right about now?
Fedor is going to look at Ian when he lands and be like, "Ah, so the ferry does fly. How good of you to show up just after I did all the work, as per usual."
That's why there's no use, overdoing it.
Or in your case, doing it at all, I hear.
At this point, you hear static on the radio on one of the mercs.
I pick up the walkie-talkie, and I also relieve them of their firearms.
Okay, yeah. So when you pick up the walkie-talkie, you hear, "Come in, over."
Did I ever hear any of them talk at all?
No, you didn't.
I'm not going to say anything then.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press the clicky button so it sounds like I'm trying to talk. But if you just hit it a whole bunch, it just makes a bunch of static noise.
Okay. Repeat. Confirm status. Over. And you can tell this is a Russian accent.
I just do it again.
We didn't cover languages and things like that whenever we were doing character creation. Like, is there in our group, is there somebody who possibly speaks Russian? Being people who kind of excel in having to get into different countries and.
Right. Well, I mean, one of Unicorn's assistants is named Natalia. So.
Excellent. Perfect.
All right. Yeah. So.
I was going to say I can read Braille. Is that helpful at all?
Unfortunately, not on a radio.
And anybody can make a common knowledge check for me too. Just smarts, no penalty.
Eight.
Okay, cool. So anybody who got a success, looks like everybody, realizes that the mercenaries that you've killed, the 6 of them, of the 6 of them, 4 of them are Middle Eastern and 2 of them are Russian.
We're not stereotyping that at all.
It wasn't intentional.
Yeah, I think if all of us don't take weapons, then I know at least Vidor said he was going to, and I would like to as well take one of their weapons. And would we know if their tactical gear, like at least like maybe the vest, was better than what we currently had? Or
I would put on a vest.
Great idea.
I think you should, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Ian brings it over and presents it to her as if it was like, letting her have it for warmth.
Can you help me with the zipper?
Of course. He kind of moves into position to do so.
All right, that's overdoing it, guys. They're buckles, for God's sake.
I can't see that.
So I see Natalia after the call. She walks over to the Russians and places her stiletto heels against their necks and steps down to make a mark. Is this like a calling card she's leaving? Cool. I dig it. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. So everybody can have a Benny right now, just to let you know. And then second of all, it's 9:30, and I've got 2 more scenes that we could potentially go through, but I think I'd like to handle them more narratively, or like more of a summary anyway. So what I think I will do is you've got a bunch of pieces right now, and you can connect the dots if you want. But what that would look like is everybody has an action to try and, discover something, or like try to connect two pieces together, and then everybody can do that, and maybe you'll get all of them connected at the end. But it's one check, whatever you think is most appropriate. This could be, going back into the hotel and interrogating someone. It could be sleuthing, just about anything. But you've got some more clues that you could stand to gather. So,
before we leave this place, I want to go ahead and make check to see if they're dead. By putting my gun to their faces and pulling the trigger.
You confirm that all 6 of them are dead now.
Oh, good.
I assume you stand up and say they have no pulse.
Yes. I kneel over them like, just let me check for a pulse. Boom! Nope, he's dead.
Very nice. All right, so what actions do we want to undertake for this second to last scene?
What kind of armor do I have now?
It's a Kevlar vest, but it's an actual Kevlar vest this time.
Okay. Over my cocktail dress. I got it.
Yeah.
I asked someone if the color clashes.
So, so let's review the information we have so far. Natalia thinks it's stylish. That's something.
Right on, sister.
Let's review the information we have so far. We know that the poison belonged to Sparrow, and Mortimer, you have some information that you could impart to the rest of the group about Sparrow. We also know that the mogul was threatening and drew you guys down to an ambush on the beach. We know that. Actually, what else do we know? Does anybody else have any other things they can think of?
We know that the mogul is Middle Eastern, and he has a Russian buddy, and that all the bad guys are Russian and Middle Eastern, and we broke into some Russian place, and I know from movies that those are the bad guys.
Fair.
And
So
then
does
Ian will absolutely share with the group. He'll say, I spent a little bit of time talking with the Sparrow, and I think she was being set up. It was made to look like it had been her, but I don't think it was.
I will say that there was a dart missing from her packet of darts.
Yes, but I don't know if it would be difficult to set something up like that. I mean, after all, the two of you got into her room without much trouble. What's to say that someone else couldn't have done so?
And what's to say she didn't just lie to you? I've seen the way pretty faces distract you.
And Unicorn points out an interesting tidbit. The scent of her perfume was not in the room with Control.
That's true. And she certainly had an alluring scent. Not one that I would miss.
Right before I go kill people, I make sure that I smell pretty.
You do that
I also
too.
assume you all have made your way back over to the beachfront bar at this point.
Absolutely. And order another whiskey sour. With egg white.
I had left a back door into the computer system, so I just need to be near any computer on the network of this hotel to hack in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can do it remotely.
Then I am going to search for the mogul's room.
Okay.
I see you doing this on the beach bar's like register.
Super secretive.
Am I still hurt, or did the healing heal me? Get rid of my wound.
You no longer have any wounds, and it looks like
then I got a 4.
Smythe. So
okay.
I guess you would do an investigation check. Unicorn, do you want to do one to contribute bonuses? One for every success and one for every raise.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll get a raise, but.
And did you already make your investigation check?
Yeah, I got a 4.
A 4. Okay.
Oh crap! I want to help Unicorn. He really did all the hacking. I just plugged it in.
Sounds good. Yeah. So Charles whips out his smartphone and he plugs it into your hacking device, and he's like, "Oh yes, yes, yes." And you determine that the mogul has a penthouse at the very top of the hotel.
Is there a helicopter somewhere nearby?
Well, perhaps. You know, there's a helipad on top of the hotel. Does anybody else have any checks they want to make to try and gather more clues as you go along?
I mean, can I find that guy that brushed up against me?
Yeah, sure, sure. You would do like maybe a streetwise check, asking around about it, or investigate or something.
Actually, I have a question. Is he Russian?
No, he's Italian.
Oh, then never mind. I don't give a crap about him. I'm gonna go and see. Yeah, What's gonna happen is I'm gonna be walking to the casino, and I'm gonna see the mogul's Russian buddy is just headed into the bathroom, and I'm gonna follow him in there, and I'm gonna beat the shit out of him and interrogate him.
So this is the mogul's Russian henchman?
Yep,
Okay, so why don't you make an intimidate check for me then?
that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Intimidate the crap out of him. I'm gonna spend a Benny. I got 9.
All right. 9 total. Then yeah, you managed to talk to the like helper dude, and he says eventually, "Yes, fine, I will talk, but you must grant me amnesty."
I said, of course, amnesty.
Yes, you see, the mogul, he found out Control was stealing something important. Wanted to steal it for himself, but you don't understand. There is a double cross. Do you have any follow-up questions?
Double cross, continue. You're gonna keep talking, or you're gonna prove that you weren't as useful as I was hoping.
You see, the mogul, he did not set up from the beginning. He found out someone was going to move on Control, and he decided it would be better if you held on to the key chip so that he could take it from you. Ugh. He thought if Control gained the key chip, he couldn't keep it safe himself, and so it should stay with the people who stole it in the first place.
Just to be clear, he's saying that Mogul that someone was going to try and take it from Controller, so he had Controller killed so that we couldn't give it to him so that we could keep it safe?
Yeah, so that he could take it from you, because he didn't trust himself to be able to take it from the person who wanted to get it from Control originally.
I see. Well, I'm gonna pat him on the back and thank him, and I assume he's gonna now try and leave the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah.
Great. I shoot him in the middle of his spine.
Jeez. Where do you put him afterward?
Nowhere.
You just leave him in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Some room service will be along.
Not my problem. I mean, dead Russians, it's like finding a fly in your soup. It just happens sometimes.
That happens. No reason to get mad. Okay, so, and I assume you would share this information with the rest of the team, or maybe not for you. You're kind of a loner.
I'm going to be incredibly out of character and let them know, if only to brag about how I just killed a Russian guy, because, you know. Yeah, goddamn Russians.
So
I mean,
I think
Czechs aren't much better, but better enough that I'm not going to shoot that Czech guy.
Sure, yeah. So I think at this point, there's only one person who hasn't taken an action, and that is none other than codename Oberon. Natalia gives Vitar a stare down for talking bad about the Russians.
Man, let's see. Okay, so obviously the move here is to go after the mogul, but do we still need to know about the statue? I'm assuming because Control is now dead and he's kind of the person that he's the person that hired us to come do this, or was
Yeah.
it a third party?
It was Control was your spy master on this mission.
I
Spy
see, okay.
masters are often like they will broker contracts between governments or like organizations and the spies that would be going on the missions.
So in a situation for like this, what would be protocol for having a spy master that is no longer operating?
Yeah, well, there isn't much of a protocol. You are in possession of the item that you were told to steal, and you no longer have someone to give it to, but you know that someone is willing to kill to get their hands on it. Two people, in fact, are willing to kill to get their hands on it.
Okay, so in that case, he is going to attempt to kind of talk around discreetly and see if he can't pry more information about what this statue could possibly be. See if maybe the mogul has been interested in a statue recently, if he's been asking questions or his people have, or if they've been seen around a statue or anything of that nature.
Okay, so I'm going to say that instead of an investigation check, this is you asking very sensitive questions. And so you have people who get on your tail and they try to ambush you. And you will make a fighting check to try and take them out.
Okay, fighting. All right. I'm going to spin a Benny.
Okay.
Okay, so I got a 5 total.
5 total. All right. Yeah. So you manage to. There are these two goons who jump you in a hallway in a lower in a more removed part of the hotel, and there's a pitched fight, but you manage to take both of them out, and you discover that one of them was carrying an object that was wrapped with a piece of red string, like what do you call it? Thread? It's not thread. It's like
yarn.
The stuff that you decorate a gift with.
Ribbon?
Ribbon, that's it. Yeah. It's decorated. It's tied with a red ribbon. And the object is a stiletto knife.
Okay, well, I will certainly take that. Probably not necessarily realizing that it's Vidor's rival, but since it does have a red ribbon wrapped around it, it's a rather unusual thing. So he certainly will take that with him.
Okay, sounds good. And you also discover something else on the corpses. There's another one that says it's just a note. It's on the guy's phone. It's a text message, right? And it says, "Meet on the roof when you're done."
He definitely takes both of those pieces of evidence to the rest of the group.
Very nice. Okay.
Imagine like maybe we're meeting, I don't know, back at the restaurant or maybe back at the hotel room or something. And he just kind of walks up and just stabs the stiletto straight down into the table and then throws the note on the table.
I pick up the note.
You can have a Benny for that. And EPR, how do you feel about?
I kind of glare at the stiletto, and then I glare at the note, and I take it from her, and I look at it, and I'm like, well, we got to get up there. It's too bad. He was actually a halfway decent rival.
There will be another.
All right, so the way we're going to resolve this last scene is with a quick combat, which means that all of you will get to make one action roll in combat, doing something that you want to, and victory is going to be assumed, but all is not as you might think. So you head up to the roof, and you get there, and it's not long before dawn. It's maybe like 2 hours before dawn at this point. It's been a long night, and you are emerging onto the roof, and you see there are two figures standing near a helicopter. One of them is the mogul. The other one is Stiletto. And with his back to you. And Stiletto, you can just barely make out around the silhouette. And all of a sudden, the mogul stumbles backwards and falls onto his back. And you can see Stiletto is standing there with a pistol in his hand that's smoking. And the mogul has been killed. And Stiletto very calmly puts his pistol away. And he puts his hand on his belt. And he whips the belt off, and it turns into this sword, this like tactical-looking ninja sword, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And he says, "You will hand over the key chip immediately."
I just no.
Aren't you curious to know what it is?
Nope. I'm curious to get paid, and since that doesn't happen, I'll just take it out of your hide.
Very well. So, I'm going to take a break from the normal quick combat actions, and because this is a wild card, I would like for him to have a turn in this quick combat too. It won't put any of you in like mortal danger, but there's a chance that he could get control of the key chip. So I'm going to call that an agility trick for him. And I believe the key is with Unicorn at this point.
Yep.
So the key chip's not up there at all.
That's a good point. In that case, then, I think what I'm going to do is try and make a smarts trick and say that his smarts trick for the action is like double conning and finding a way to intercept the key chip while it was out of your direct observation, right?
Okay, well, or what about finding out who Unicorn is?
Oh, shoot. And maybe killing him. Nah, I just want to try and steal it. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
That's
so
awesome. Take it away.
here's my check. It's a smarts check. And I got a 5. I'm going to spend a Benny and see if I can get that any higher. This guy's got plenty of Bennies to spend anyway. So here we go. And one more check. Still just a 5. What the hell? This is the last scene. I'll spend my last penny too for this guy. And here we go. God, the 5 is all I managed to get. So he didn't cover himself in glory. I figured if he got a raise, then maybe he would have killed Unicorn. But he did succeed. So he says, "I called your bluff." And he holds the key chip up. And he says, "Yes, Vitor, do you want to fight now?"
Yeah, doesn't change anything. I don't need the key for shit since my employer's dead.
You notice about 10 feet behind Stiletto, there is a statue on the roof looking out down toward the beach and the terrace and all that stuff. And all Stiletto does is press the key chip. And all of a sudden, you feel the ground beneath, or the ceiling beneath you buckle. And the hotel starts to collapse.
Oh, Jesus.
Key chip was a self-destruct sequence. And Stiletto has started the collapse of the building. So now your actions together are going to be to try and like maneuver your way down through this collapsing hotel, fighting off Stiletto along the way. So feel free to take whatever actions you want, and then we'll resolve them left to right on my screen. So it'll be
I was the last.
I guess. Oh, there is a helicopter on the roof. Yeah. So you guys can definitely try and escape that way if you want.
I think maybe we all end up in it or on it.
Cool.
Like,
Okay.
Including him.
Oh, okay. So like the hotel is collapsing, but you're all
Yeah.
fighting in this helicopter as you fly away.
Like maybe we managed to take off with him on it with us, but like the engine's damaged, so we're actually having to like avoid pieces of this uh, uh, hotel collapsing like all around us as we're like fishtailing in and out and like spinning around out of control almost.
That's awesome. I love it. So who's going to make the piloting check to fly this helicopter down through here?
The pilot is. There's a pilot. Who's
Oh, no,
gonna get
there
away
isn't.
on this?
The mogul's his own pilot, and he's dead.
Oh, the mogul's playing then. Okay.
Mhm.
If you don't have the skill, it's just a D4 -2.
Yeah, and let's see here. I'm pretty sure piloting is an agility skill.
I'm pretty sure it's the same sort of controls as an Aston Martin.
No, Jeremy's luck has run out, unfortunately. So you got a D4 -2, and let me just tell you ahead of time: if you fail, you suffer a wound. If you crit fail, the helicopter goes down, and everybody dies with it.
Well, don't crit fail, I guess.
And that is failing by 4 or more, just so you know.
By the way, you don't have any skill in it either, right?
Right.
Oh man, I totally don't want you to do it because I know you don't have any bennies.
He's got one.
Man, I don't want to fly it because I want to kill this guy.
Right.
But I also want to fly it because I have a lot of bennies.
I am willing to do it. I just don't know if it's necessarily the best idea.
You are the one who's been the driver so far.
I'll do it. I got this. Do not worry.
Yeah,
Yes,
I can't
please.
pilot. I can't. There's no in-character reason why I would let myself pilot. I would rather kill this guy than get away safely.
Someone else take my.
The fact that Augustina is flying it is how the engine got into like critical failure mode.
Okay, my gadgets can be used by other people. So if anyone wants one of my gadgets for this final thing, take them.
Well, Fairy King Oberon, let's see if the helicopter gets destroyed or not. Let's see if you can make this thing fly.
Oh, I thought I was going to do it.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose you can.
Yeah, like I was totally on board with that. If it's
That's
okay
fine.
with the GM.
I am
I'm going to
overconfident.
4 on top of the unskilled penalty. So
I mean, he's just got to communicate with the device, the helicopter. It's fine.
Does it have autopilot?
no, it does not.
I mean, I will do this because I am overconfident and I believe I can succeed with this, but you're going to make it -4? That's not nice.
On top, you're blind. On top of the unskilled penalty, you don't know how to fly a helicopter, and you don't know where you're going.
Okay, does anyone else want to do this? I'm going to roll right now. Do I get a Benny, though, for being overconfident here?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
I like the fact that it feels, to me at least, it feels like a moment in a Bond film where the blind person ends up being the pilot of the helicopter for some ridiculously asinine reason.
Hold on.
Cause she wanted to.
Well, the way I kind of see it is like maybe like you and I are completely tangled up in physical combat with this guy,
Yeah.
and like the helicopter's just going down, and she's the only one who like could step in and do something about it.
If you hadn't made it, so you're making it -6 total?
Yes. Do you realize how hard it is for a blind person unskilled in helicopter piloting to successfully land a helicopter through a collapsing hotel?
You're making it sound really hard, but I don't think it's that hard.
Okay. I've got a 7 right now, -6 is a 1. So hold on, let me spin my last Benny.
Okay, here we go.
And Nathan has got stuff going in chat here as well.
Oh,
If it
yeah. I
matters.
see. So wait, you rolled
Oh.
So Natalia jumped in the helicopter and went ahead and did the piloting check and got a 27.
Well, okay, I'm good with that then.
Well, we could
So
have
maybe
avoided this whole
Maybe
thing.
maybe she's co-piloting.
Curse you, microphones. All right, so Natalia is piloting, and
Okay.
she's doing fine.
Then that wasn't what I did then.
And Smythe, we'll let you think on your action because we know that Vithior wants to attack, and I think we know that Oberon wants to join in. With that too, right?
I thought I was driving the helicopter, but I was really not.
Eventually, Natalia slaps your hands away from the joystick.
No, there was like it's damaged, right? So there was a piece of metal I thought was the joystick or the stick for the helicopter, and I was trying to move it around, be like, "I've got this." And then she was so sweet. That's not the control.
So, moving on, has anyone here seen The Raid?
No.
Yes, and the second one, both.
Okay, so in the
fantastic
first
films.
one, I think at the end there's the three-way fight between the dude and his friend, and then the like just mad dog animal.
Yes.
In this situation, Stiletto is the mad dog animal, and Vithior and Oberon are the two friends fighting against him. And so it's just like, it's clear that if it was just one of you against this guy, it wouldn't happen. Like, you would die. But because it's the two of you working together, just maybe, things can turn out well enough that you'll survive. So let's get fighting checks from both of you.
Can I actually do something? Okay, so I wasn't driving the helicopter, so I can do something else.
Well, let's resolve the fighting stuff first. You can do something else, but reserve your action until after we resolve these two.
Well, this will affect their fighting.
We'll do it out of turn. It doesn't matter. We're going to do these two fighting checks right now. They've been waiting a long time.
I've been
Not my
waiting a
fault.
long time to murder this guy.
All right,
Ever
fighting
since I
checks.
found out he existed, apparently. All right, let me roll something here.
I spent my last Benny, and I got a 5.
A 5, okay.
I spent 2 bennies and I got 22.
22?
That's what happens when you D12 aces.
Jeez, okay. So that's what's going on there. And then let's go ahead and get Smythe's action 2.
I need to.
So Smythe, you want to try and blind the bad guy?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a check.
Okay, I'm going to spend a Benny, my last Benny. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I only got a 5. So that means he has to roll an agility at -2.
Well, no, the nature of this is that if you roll a 5, then you succeed. So
Okay.
yeah, you successfully blind the guy, and this is what I imagine is happening. Natalia is like frantically trying to navigate through all this debris that's falling down, and the helicopter itself is basically in a crash course because the engine is messed up. And so it's like careening out of control. Smythe is up in the front trying to help her out. But then she notices that the fight in the back is really frantic, and like she sees that Vithior is fighting the hardest that he has ever fought in his life. And
You mean it
Oberon
sounds like.
But Oberon is not a specialized fighter. He just doesn't cut it against such an unholy terror as Stiletto. And so they're fighting together, and they are winning, but it's not easy. And Vithior is like, even though he can be proud of his performance on an objective scale, in this fight, it's still like evenly matched with Stiletto. And then finally, Smythe, goes back over the corner. Like she blinds this guy, and he starts to slack off in the fight. And eventually, how does Vithior end up killing his rival Stiletto?
Well, so he's got this like weird ass looking knife, and I'm coming at him like thinking it's gonna be a sword or a K-bar or something, but it keeps wrapping around my sword, and he flicks it to the side and it cuts me, and I'm having a time of it fighting against this thing, and then suddenly he goes blind just as he was reaching back to whip around my sword again, and I see him do that, and so I grab the sword with my hand and with my other hand, and then I ram it through his head, and his head gets cut clean off.
Oh, geez. Very nice. Okay. So that happens. And he falls out of the helicopter. There's an open door. just as the helicopter like goes over the lip of the cliff, right? And so it's careening down. It ends up on the beach. There's a huge like crash, and you all are thrown from the helicopter, but you land on the sand where everything is basically okay. And you all stand up and you look at each other, and we've got time for some parting words before we cut to black.
So why the hell do you put an egg white in it?
You know what? I'm gonna call it there. Ba-na-ba-na! Blah! Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the Hotel of Death. This is Eli Kurtz, and I want to thank Alexander and Jeremy and Nathaniel and Derek for joining me tonight. I hope you guys all had a great time. I hope those of you watching had a good time too, got a little peek into the character creation process for Savage Worlds, as well as getting an adventure. Like I said, check us out at the Mythic Gazetteer, and check these guys out at their shows too. I know Jeremy's going to be running some games pretty soon. Derek is going to be running a Blackwood game at the end of next week. And although, were you planning to broadcast that?
I was not.
Okay, well, you can hear about it later. And otherwise, thank you everyone for tuning in. And hey, you know what? Get it shaken, not stirred.